The trial by ordeal was a method used in the past to determine guilt or innocence. It relied on physical tests that were believed to reveal the truth through divine intervention. One of the most famous forms of ordeal was the hot iron test. In this trial, the accused had to carry a red-hot iron for a certain distance, often several paces. The idea behind it was simple. If the person was innocent, their wound would heal cleanly. If the person was guilty, their injury would become infected or show signs of dishonesty. This practice was widespread in Europe during the medieval period. The belief was that God would intervene in the process, showing whether the person was innocent or guilty. The results of the ordeal were considered absolute proof, and many people accepted them without question. The process of trial by hot iron involved preparing the iron. The iron would be heated until it was red hot, usually over a fire or in a forge. The accused would then be required to pick up the hot iron and carry it for a set number of paces. In some cases, they might have to carry the iron for as far as 9 paces. After the ordeal, the person's wounds would be inspected. If the injury showed no signs of infection and healed quickly, the person was deemed innocent. If the wound became infected or failed to heal properly, the person was judged guilty. There was a certain logic behind this practice, though it was based on superstition rather than science. The idea was that if the person were innocent, their pain and suffering would somehow be alleviated by divine grace. If the person was guilty, however, their injury would not heal properly, as though divine punishment had intervened. This was thought to be a way for the truth to come out when all other forms of judgment had failed. The hot iron test was not without its risks. The burns caused by the hot iron could be severe and painful. In some cases, the injury could result in long-term damage, including scarring, infections, or even death. This made the ordeal dangerous for the accused, regardless of their innocence or guilt. Despite the obvious dangers, people still believed in its power and often accepted the results without hesitation. One example of this practice involved a woman accused of theft. The trial by hot iron was used to determine her innocence or guilt. She was given the task of carrying the red-hot iron, and after completing the trial, her wound healed quickly and without infection. The townspeople, seeing this as proof of divine favor, declared her innocent. This outcome was accepted as final, and no one questioned the fairness of the ordeal. On the other hand, there were cases where the ordeal did not go as planned. A man accused of a crime was forced to undergo the trial by hot iron. He carried the red-hot iron, but his injury became infected, and the wound did not heal properly. This was seen as a sign that he was guilty, and he was punished accordingly. The infection was considered evidence that the person had been judged by divine will. It is important to note that the trial by hot iron was not always used in the same way. In some cases, it was just one of many trials used to determine guilt or innocence. Other trials, such as the trial by water, were sometimes used in combination with the hot iron test. In these cases, the accused might be subjected to multiple tests to determine the truth. The trial by ordeal was seen as a way to prove innocence in a society where there were few other means of resolving disputes. It was based on the belief that God would intervene and show the truth. The ordeal was not about reason or evidence, but about faith. It was a way to find answers when the facts were unclear or disputed. Despite the apparent simplicity of the ordeal, it had its critics. Some people saw the trial by hot iron as cruel and dangerous. They believed that it was unfair to subject a person to such an extreme test, especially when it could result in permanent harm. In some cases, the ordeal was used to settle personal vendettas or as a way to get rid of enemies. If a person was disliked or suspected of a crime, the ordeal might be used as a tool to eliminate them. Over time, the trial by ordeal began to fall out of favor. As legal systems developed and became more sophisticated, people started to question the fairness and validity of such tests. The idea that divine intervention could be relied upon to determine guilt or innocence was increasingly seen as outdated and illogical. Eventually, the trial by hot iron, along with other forms of ordeal, was abandoned. Today, we can look back on these practices and see them as a reflection of the beliefs and values of the time. The trial by hot iron was a way for people to seek answers in an uncertain world. It was based on the idea that divine forces could intervene in human affairs and reveal the truth. While it may seem cruel and irrational by modern standards, it was once seen as a legitimate way to determine justice. The trial by ordeal is now a thing of the past, but it serves as a reminder of how far our understanding of justice and fairness has come. In the past, people relied on supernatural forces to determine the truth, but today, we rely on evidence, reason, and the rule of law. The hot iron ordeal, like other forms of trial by ordeal, is now viewed as a dark chapter in history, but it was once an accepted method of justice in its time. Trial by water was another form of trial by ordeal used in medieval times. It was based on the idea that a person's innocence or guilt could be determined by whether or not they floated when placed in water. The practice was widespread in Europe, particularly during the early centuries of the Middle Ages. The logic behind this trial was simple and tied to the belief that God would intervene to reveal the truth. However, the test was cruel and relied on superstition rather than evidence. The process began with the accused being bound, often by the hands and feet, to ensure they couldn't escape. They were then thrown into a body of water, usually a river or pond. The idea was that if the person was guilty, their body would reject the water, causing them to float. On the other hand, if the person was innocent, their body would accept the water, and they would sink. This method was based on the belief that water, being pure, would reject those who were guilty. The assumption was that if the person was guilty, they had an evil nature, and the water would not allow them to sink. If the person was innocent, the water would embrace them, and they would sink to the bottom. People believed that this was a clear sign of divine judgment, and the outcome was seen as proof of guilt or innocence. The test itself was simple, but extremely dangerous. People who were thrown into the water could easily drown if they sank too deep or struggled too much. The fact that the trial could be fatal didn't seem to deter those who believed in its power to reveal the truth. If the person survived the trial and floated, they were considered guilty. If they sank, they were deemed innocent. However, the outcome didn't always reflect the truth. For example, a man accused of witchcraft was subjected to the trial by water. The accused person was bound and thrown into the river. If he sank, he was innocent, but if he floated, he was guilty and would face execution. In this case, the man floated. The townspeople, seeing this as divine proof of his guilt, sentenced him to death. What they didn't consider was the fact that the man was innocent. His floating didn't mean he was guilty. It only meant he had been subjected to a flawed system based on false beliefs. The belief that water could reveal a person's innocence or guilt was rooted in religious ideas, particularly the notion that God would intervene to protect the innocent and punish the guilty. People believed that divine forces were at work during the trial, guiding the outcome. If the person was guilty, their guilt would manifest in their ability to float, and if they were innocent, they would sink. There were many variations of the trial by water, but the basic idea remained the same. The accused was thrown into water, and their fate was determined by whether they floated or sank. In some versions of the trial, the person was plunged into the water multiple times to increase the chances of a clear outcome. If the person sank, they were pulled from the water and declared innocent. If they floated, they were left in the water and often executed. The trial by water was not always used in the same way. In some cases, the accused person was given the chance to prove their innocence by undergoing other trials. For instance, some people were subjected to the hot iron test as well as the trial by water. These tests were often used together to ensure that the person's fate was decided with certainty. In many cases, the person who was accused of a crime had no way to escape the ordeal, and their chances of survival were slim. One of the reasons trial by water was so widely accepted was that it provided a clear, simple outcome. If the person floated, they were guilty. If they sank, they were innocent. This binary result made it easy for people to make judgments, but it also led to many innocent people suffering or dying because of it. The trial was seen as a way to bring divine justice, but it often had tragic consequences for those who were falsely accused. For example, imagine a woman accused of being a witch. In some areas, if a woman was suspected of witchcraft, she was subjected to trial by water. she would be thrown into a lake or river, and if she floated, it was taken as a sign that she was guilty of practicing witchcraft. If she sank, she was considered innocent, but there was no guarantee she would survive the ordeal. In either case, the person was in grave danger. In some regions, the trial by water was especially cruel to women. Many women were accused of witchcraft or other crimes simply because they were seen as different or were disliked by others in the community. These accusations often led to the trial by water, where the outcome was more about the belief in divine judgment than any real evidence of wrongdoing. The floating test was not a reliable method for determining guilt or innocence, yet it was used for centuries as a way to settle disputes and accusations. Even though the trial by water was based on flawed reasoning, it was often taken very seriously by those who believed in its power. People accepted the outcome as divinely inspired, and the results were treated as final. If the person floated, they were guilty and could be executed. If they sank, they were innocent, but they might still suffer injury or death from the trial itself. The trial left little room for mercy or second chances. Over time, the trial by water began to lose favor as more rational methods of justice emerged. Legal systems started to develop, and people began to question the validity of trials like the one by water. The practice eventually faded away as society evolved, and the rule of law began to take precedence over superstition and religious beliefs. Today, we look back at the trial by water and see it for what it was: a brutal, unfair practice that caused harm to countless innocent people. It's a reminder of how justice was often determined by belief rather than reason. The belief that floating meant guilt and sinking meant innocence seems absurd now, but in its time, it was accepted as a way to determine truth. The trial by water, like many other forms of ordeal, is now viewed as a tragic chapter in the history of justice. It serves as a stark reminder of how easily people can be led astray by superstition and the dangers of relying on unreliable methods to determine guilt or innocence. Trial by combat was a method used in medieval times to settle disputes, particularly when there were no clear answers through other means. It was based on the idea that God would intervene and show the truth through the outcome of a physical fight. The basic belief was that the winner of the combat was chosen by God, and their victory proved they were telling the truth. The practice was deeply tied to the values of the time, where strength and honor were highly valued. It was seen as a way to let divine forces decide the guilt or innocence of those involved. The trial itself was straightforward. Two people, usually one accusing the other of a crime, would engage in a physical fight. The combat could be anything from sword fighting to wrestling, depending on the rules set for the trial. Both combatants were often armed, and they fought until one was either defeated, surrendered, or died. The winner of the battle was considered to be in the right, their story validated by God's intervention. One example of this process was a land dispute between two knights. Each claimed that the land in question rightfully belonged to them, but they could not agree on the facts. Rather than a judge or evidence being used to settle the matter, the two knights were put in a trial by combat. They were each given weapons and set to fight. The winner would be declared the rightful owner of the land. The fight was seen as a way for God to make the final decision, with the victor being viewed as blessed or favored by divine forces. The belief that the trial was guided by divine power was key to the system. If the person who lost the fight had been telling the truth, the loss was thought to be a result of divine punishment, and the victor's win was a sign that God had judged the other person to be guilty. The entire process was built on the assumption that God would intervene in the battle, ensuring that justice was done. This concept was appealing at a time when people had little faith in other forms of justice and often believed that supernatural forces controlled their fates. The idea that might makes right was central to the trial by combat. Strength and skill in battle were seen as indicators of moral or spiritual superiority. A person who won a trial by combat was presumed to have the truth on their side, not only because they had the physical ability to win, but because their victory was seen as a sign of divine favor. It didn't matter if the accused had the best arguments or most evidence. Their ability to fight determined the outcome. This often led to situations where a person who was physically stronger, even if they were wrong, could prevail simply because they were better at combat. One of the most notable cases of trial by combat involved two knights who accused each other of treason. Each knight had his own version of the events, and neither would back down. Instead of relying on witnesses or documents, they agreed to settle the matter through combat. The fight was brutal, with swords clashing and each knight trying to defeat the other. In the end, the victor was seen as the one who was telling the truth, and the defeated knight was considered guilty of treason. The winner's physical strength was regarded as evidence that God had sided with him, confirming his innocence and the other's guilt. Not all trials by combat were fought between knights, though. Common people also participated in these trials, though their battles were not always as glamorous as those fought by trained warriors. In some cases, disputes between peasants or merchants were resolved by combat as well. These trials could involve simpler weapons, such as clubs or staffs, and often took place in a public square where crowds gathered to watch. While the trials were seen as a way to seek justice, they were also opportunities for entertainment, and many people would watch with eager anticipation to see who would emerge victorious. In some regions, the trial by combat was formalized with rules and regulations. For example, before the fight began, each combatant would swear an oath, affirming that they were innocent and that they would accept the judgment of God through their victory or defeat. The fight could be overseen by a neutral party, such as a king or nobleman, to ensure that the rules were followed. The combatants were sometimes given a period of preparation, during which they could pray or receive blessings, adding to the belief that divine favor was crucial to the outcome. Though the trial by combat was widely used, it was not always seen as fair or just. Critics of the practice argued that it favored the strong and powerful, leaving those who were weaker at a disadvantage. A man who was physically stronger, even if he were guilty, could win a trial by combat simply because he had better fighting skills. This created an imbalance in the system, where the truth was not always revealed through the trial. It also meant that people who had more wealth or resources could afford to hire better fighters to represent them, further skewing the fairness of the process. As with other forms of trial by ordeal, the trial by combat eventually fell out of favor. Over time, legal systems became more sophisticated, and the idea that God would intervene in human affairs to decide guilt or innocence was seen as outdated. The development of written laws, the use of evidence, and the growth of courts and judges began to replace the need for such trials. People started to realize that the outcome of a fight had little to do with truth or justice and everything to do with physical ability. The trial by combat still holds a certain fascination today, largely because of the way it links the concepts of strength, justice, and divine judgment. The idea that God would reveal the truth through physical combat seems foreign in the modern world, where justice is based on evidence, not on who is stronger or more skilled in battle. Yet, for centuries, trial by combat was a respected method for determining the truth. It was believed that divine forces would intervene to show who was right and who was wrong, and the winner of the fight was considered to have been chosen by God. The system was simple, but it was also deeply flawed, as it relied on the physical abilities of the participants rather than on any real evidence or reasoning. The trial by combat was more than just a way to settle disputes. It was an expression of the values of the time. It reflected a world where physical strength and honor were paramount, and where divine judgment was seen as the ultimate authority. While it may seem absurd in modern times, it was once a widely accepted way to determine guilt and innocence, driven by the belief that might made right. Execution by hanging, drawing, and quartering was one of the most brutal and horrific methods of execution in medieval and early modern England. It was reserved specifically for traitors, those who had betrayed their country or monarch. The punishment combined several stages of violence, each more gruesome than the last, and it was designed not only to kill, but to serve as a public spectacle meant to strike fear into the hearts of anyone considering acts of treason. The execution began with the person being drawn to the place of execution. The term drawing referred to the method of transportation. The condemned would often be tied to a cart and dragged through the streets to the execution site. They would be paraded in front of a crowd, allowing the public to see them and, by extension, the consequences of treason. This public display was meant to humiliate the person, stripping them of their dignity and reinforcing the idea that betrayal of the crown was a serious crime that would not go unpunished. It also served as a warning to others who might consider similar actions. Once the person reached the execution site, the first stage of the punishment began: hanging. The condemned person would be hoisted by a rope, typically from a gallows, and left to hang. The goal of the hanging was to strangle the individual. However, the execution was not intended to be a quick death. Instead, it often took several minutes or even longer for the person to die. In some cases, the person might not die immediately, and the process of strangulation could be excruciatingly slow. The intention was clear. The person was to suffer before they died, and this first part of the execution was as much about the pain and terror of the process as it was about the eventual death. But strangulation was only the beginning. Once the person was dead or close to death, they would be taken down from the gallows and placed on a block for the next part of the execution. This stage was known as drawing, and it involved disembowelment. The condemned person's abdomen would be cut open, and their internal organs would be removed. The disembowelment was done in full view of the public, further adding to the brutality of the punishment. The organs were often displayed or burned, and the body was left mutilated. The disembowelment was meant to demonstrate the severity of the crime and to punish the traitor in a way that was intended to be both painful and degrading. After the disembowelment, the final part of the execution was known as quartering. This stage was particularly grisly. The body of the traitor would be cut into 4 parts. The limbs were hacked off, and the torso was often divided as well. The quarters were then usually displayed in public in different parts of the country. This was done to send a clear message about the fate that awaited anyone who betrayed the crown. The practice was meant to ensure that the traitor's body was torn apart, symbolizing the destruction of their loyalty to the king or queen. In some cases, the quarters of the traitor were not just displayed. They were also sent to different parts of the country to serve as a warning. The head, in particular, was often placed on a pike and displayed in a public place such as a town square or the gates of the city. The severed limbs and body parts would be placed in various locations, sometimes on poles, sometimes on public displays. This was a gruesome reminder of the consequences of treason. The public nature of the punishment, with the body parts displayed in different locations, ensured that as many people as possible would see the brutal results of such a crime. This form of execution was considered one of the most severe and humiliating punishments available. It was reserved for people who had committed acts of treason, a crime seen as the most serious betrayal one could make against their country or ruler. The severity of the punishment reflected the belief that traitors were a threat not just to the monarchy, but to the very fabric of the nation. By making the punishment public and violent, authorities hoped to deter anyone from considering treason. The violence and spectacle of the execution were meant to instill fear. For the authorities, the punishment was as much about sending a message as it was about punishing the individual. In a time when authority was often based on fear and respect, showing the public the graphic consequences of disloyalty helped to reinforce the power of the monarchy and the state. One famous example of execution by hanging, drawing, and quartering took place in 1606, when Guy Fawkes, one of the conspirators in the gunpowder plot, was executed. Fawkes had been part of a group that attempted to assassinate King James I by blowing up the House of Lords. After his capture, Fawkes was sentenced to execution by hanging, drawing, and quartering. His execution was a public event designed to make an example of him and send a clear message about the consequences of attempting to kill a monarch. The cruelty of the punishment was not limited to the condemned. In some cases, family members of traitors were also punished. Property could be seized, and the family name could be tarnished. The punishment for treason didn't just end with the death of the accused. It affected entire families, making sure that no one could escape the stain of betrayal. The fear and shame associated with being labeled a traitor were often enough to destroy a person's life, even after death. Execution by hanging, drawing, and quartering was not a common punishment for other crimes. It was reserved exclusively for traitors, and it was seen as a necessary way to deal with those who posed a threat to the monarchy. The method was part of a larger system of punishments designed to ensure the safety and stability of the state. The spectacle of the execution was as much about maintaining control as it was about punishing the guilty. Over time, execution by hanging, drawing, and quartering was replaced by less brutal forms of punishment. As the legal system developed and the values of society shifted, more humane methods of execution became more common. Yet for centuries, hanging, drawing, and quartering was one of the most dreaded punishments, a grim reminder of the extreme measures that could be taken against those who betrayed the state. It was a method of execution that was designed not just to end a life, but to send a message, one that was as terrifying as it was final. Burning at the stake was a punishment used in the past for crimes like heresy and witchcraft. It was a public execution meant to serve as both a punishment and a symbol. The punishment was severe, and the act itself was meant to send a message to the community about the seriousness of certain crimes. For centuries, burning at the stake was seen as a way to rid society of what were considered dangerous or immoral beliefs, often linked to religion or supernatural powers. The fire, in this case, was not just a method of execution. It was an expression of the belief that those who were burned were being purged for their sins or wrongdoings. The process of burning at the stake was simple, but it was brutal. The accused would be tied to a large wooden stake, usually in a public place where many people could witness the event. The executioner would then pile wood or other flammable materials around the person, often stacking it high enough to make sure the fire would reach them. The accused would be left to die in the flames, often enduring a slow, painful death. The fire would consume the body, sometimes leaving only the charred remains as evidence of the execution. The whole event was meant to be a spectacle, something that could strike fear into others who might consider committing similar offenses. One of the most common crimes that led to burning at the stake was heresy. In medieval and early modern Europe, heresy was seen as a serious offense against the Church. Heretics were those who held beliefs that went against the teachings of the Church, and they were considered a threat to the religious and social order. The Church, in particular, believed that heresy could lead people astray and bring about divine punishment. As a result, heretics were often publicly executed, and burning at the stake was one of the most common methods used. Witchcraft was another crime often punished by burning at the stake. In the past, witchcraft was feared as a powerful and dangerous force. People believed that those accused of being witches had made pacts with the devil and had the power to harm others through magic or curses. These accusations were often based on little evidence, but were enough to condemn someone to a violent death. In many cases, the person accused of witchcraft would be tortured to confess, and once they had admitted to their supposed crimes, they were taken to be burned at the stake. The punishment was seen as a way to rid society of these supposed witches and prevent any further harm. The public nature of the execution was important. It was not just a method of punishing the accused. It was meant to serve as a warning to others. People who witnessed these executions were meant to understand the consequences of straying from accepted beliefs or practices. The fire itself had symbolic power. It was not just a method of killing, but a way to cleanse the person's soul and purify society. The idea was that by burning the body, the person's soul was being purified, even though the execution was seen as a punishment for their wrongdoings. Imagine a woman accused of witchcraft in a small village. The villagers, spurred on by fear and suspicion, believe she has cast spells on them. A trial is held, and after a confession, which might have been forced by torture, she is sentenced to death. She is bound to a wooden stake in the village square, and the crowd gathers to watch. The executioner sets fire to the pile of wood, and the flames begin to rise. As the woman struggles in the fire, the crowd watches in silence, some feeling relief that the danger has been eliminated, others feeling sorrow or fear. The event becomes a public spectacle, one that reinforces the idea that such acts of witchcraft or heresy will not be tolerated in society. The burning was slow and painful. It could take a long time for the person to die from the flames, and many victims would suffer greatly before they were consumed by the fire. The flames often took a long time to fully burn the body, leaving the person to endure excruciating pain. In some cases, the person would die from smoke inhalation or the effects of the heat before the flames could fully burn their body. However, in many cases, they were left to die in the fire, their bodies burning to ashes. The whole process was seen as both a punishment and a purification. For many, burning at the stake was not just about killing someone, it was about removing evil from the community. The flames were meant to cleanse the person's soul and rid society of what was considered dangerous or impure. Those who watched the execution were meant to learn from the punishment, understanding that the consequences of certain actions were severe and final. For example, take the case of a man accused of heresy in a small town. He is brought before the villagers and judged by the local authorities. His beliefs are seen as a challenge to the established religious order, and he is found guilty of heresy. The authorities decree that he will be burned at the stake, and the public execution is set for the following morning. The man is tied to a stake in the town square, and the fire is set. The villagers gather to watch as the flames rise, and the man's body is slowly consumed by the fire. His death serves as a warning to others that anyone who challenges the church will suffer the same fate. The punishment was not just about execution, it was about sending a message to the community. The idea was that the public would witness the fire and be reminded of the power of the church and the consequences of disobedience. Burning at the stake was a way to reinforce the belief that certain crimes, especially those against religion or the state, were unforgivable and would be met with the harshest possible punishment. It was a tool of control used to maintain order and keep people in line with the accepted norms of society. This method of execution, while gruesome, was not always about vengeance. For those in power, it was about maintaining order and ensuring that the beliefs of the community remained unchallenged. The fire was symbolic, representing both the punishment of the body and the purification of the soul. In a time when religious and social order was tightly controlled, burning at the stake served as a way to eliminate threats to that order and maintain a sense of control over the population. Over time, burning at the stake became less common as legal systems evolved and more humane forms of execution were developed. But for many centuries, it was one of the most feared punishments, and its public nature ensured that its message was loud and clear. Anyone who challenged the established order could expect to face the flames as a consequence for their actions. Execution by boiling was one of the more gruesome methods of capital punishment used in certain regions, especially for crimes like poisoning. The practice was meant to serve as both punishment and a deterrent. It was a slow, painful death that left a powerful impression on anyone who witnessed it. Victims were boiled alive in either oil or water, depending on the local customs or the severity of the crime. The death was not immediate, but excruciatingly prolonged, making it a particularly brutal way to die. The process of execution by boiling was both horrific and symbolic. The person condemned to this fate would be lowered into a large pot or vat, often filled with boiling liquid. The liquid could be water, oil, or sometimes a combination of both. The exact method varied depending on where the execution took place, but the goal was the same: to cause a slow and painful death. The boiling liquid would burn the skin, causing intense pain. The heat would quickly damage the body, causing severe burns and eventually death. It was not a quick death. The person would often suffer for a long period before finally succumbing to the heat. One example of this form of execution was the case of a woman in a small European village who was accused of poisoning several people. The town's leaders believed that she had used poison to kill or harm others for personal gain. Her trial was short, and she was found guilty of being a poisoner. The punishment for such a crime was severe, and in this case, execution by boiling. She was bound and placed into a large pot of boiling water. The water was heated to a high temperature, and she was lowered into it. The water would burn her skin and cause severe pain, leading to her eventual death. The public nature of the execution meant that the people of the village watched in silence as she was slowly consumed by the boiling liquid. For the community, it was a clear message that poisoning was a crime that would not be tolerated. The use of boiling as a punishment was not random. It was often reserved for certain crimes, particularly those seen as especially evil or malicious. Poisoning was considered one of the worst crimes because it was seen as secretive and cowardly. Unlike a physical attack, poison could be used from a distance, and its effects were often slow and difficult to detect. Those who poisoned others were seen as attempting to circumvent the natural order of justice. The punishment of boiling was meant to mirror the perceived evil nature of the crime. The slow and painful death was considered appropriate for a crime that involved deceit and malice. The execution by boiling also carried a symbolic weight. The boiling liquid was seen as a purifier. Just as fire was used to burn away impurities, the boiling liquid was thought to purify the body of the poisoner's evil actions. In a time when justice was often harsh in public, the execution was meant to serve as a warning to others. If someone saw the agony of the condemned, they were meant to think twice before committing a similar crime. The public spectacle of the execution played a large part in reinforcing societal norms and the consequences of breaking them. The message was clear: if you poisoned someone, you would face a slow, painful, and public death. Imagine a man accused of poisoning his employer. He was believed to have poisoned the man over a long period, causing his employer's slow and painful decline. Once the crime was discovered, the punishment for poisoning was clear. The man was sentenced to death by boiling. On the day of the execution, the people of the town gathered to watch the event. The man was tied up and placed into a large cauldron of boiling oil. The heat would be unbearable. The man would be slowly roasted alive, his skin burning as he struggled to survive in the liquid. For those who watched, it was a horrific reminder of the consequences of poisoning. The slow, agonizing death of the poisoner would be a spectacle, but also a stern warning that such crimes would not be tolerated. The choice of liquid used in the execution varied. In some cases, boiling oil was used because of its extreme temperature. The oil would reach a higher temperature than water, causing even more intense burns and faster damage to the body. Other times, boiling water was used, but the death was still slow and painful. The victim's skin would begin to blister, and as they continued to be submerged, the damage to their body would become more severe. The prolonged nature of the punishment made it particularly cruel. The person sentenced to death by boiling often suffered for several minutes before dying. It was not a quick or merciful end. The executioner was typically responsible for ensuring that the condemned person stayed in the boiling liquid long enough to die. If the person struggled too much, they might be dragged out of the liquid. But in most cases, they were forced to endure the full agony of being boiled alive. In some cases, the person might have died from shock or from the pain before they were fully consumed by the liquid. The execution was often designed to be a public affair, with the entire town or community invited to watch the brutal act. This made it a spectacle, reinforcing the power of the law and the consequences of breaking it. There were instances where boiling was used in more extreme cases, such as when an individual had poisoned a large number of people or committed poisoning in a particularly heinous way. The execution by boiling was seen as a fitting response to a crime that was viewed as deceitful and cowardly. The slow death was meant to mirror the malicious and hidden nature of poisoning, where the perpetrator did not engage in a direct confrontation, but instead chose to kill from a distance, using a hidden and dangerous method. The public nature of these executions was important. It was meant to serve as a reminder of the consequences of crime, particularly those crimes that were seen as most dangerous or immoral. People who witnessed the boiling would remember the brutality of the act and would understand the gravity of the offense that had been committed. The idea was that the pain and suffering of the condemned would act as a deterrent to others who might consider committing similar crimes. In a world where public punishment was a common way to enforce laws, the The boiling was a spectacle designed to keep the community in line and ensure that they did not engage in acts of treachery or malice. Execution by boiling was one of the more disturbing forms of capital punishment, and it left a lasting impact on those who witnessed it. The slow, painful death of the accused, the public spectacle of the execution, and the harsh punishment for what was often a hidden crime all worked together to send a clear message. Crimes like poisoning would not be tolerated, and the price for such a crime would be one of the most brutal and agonizing forms of death. While it is no longer practiced today, the memory of these executions stands as a testament to the extremes to which societies would go to enforce justice and maintain order. Animal trials were a strange and disturbing practice that took place in various parts of Europe, particularly during the Middle Ages and early modern periods. Animals, ranging from pigs and goats to insects, were put on trial for committing crimes. While the idea might seem bizarre today, people at the time believed that animals could be held accountable for certain wrongdoings, just like humans. The trials were often taken seriously, and in some cases, the animals were executed in a manner similar to the punishment humans would face for similar crimes. The trials usually followed a formal process. First, the animal would be arrested or captured, often by authorities or local townspeople who believed the animal had committed a crime. The charges against the animal could range from something as serious as murder to more mundane offenses like theft or destruction of property. Once the animal was caught, it would be tried in a court of law, often with a prosecutor, a defense lawyer, and even a judge. In some cases, the animal would be given a public trial, with a crowd of spectators watching as the proceedings unfolded. One of the most famous examples of an animal trial took place in 1386 in France, where a pig was tried for the murder of a child. The pig, accused of attacking and killing the child, was brought to trial in front of a local court. The pig was dressed in human clothes and placed in the dock, much like a human defendant would be. The trial was a public spectacle, with many people attending to witness the proceedings. In the end, the pig was found guilty of the crime and was sentenced to death. The execution was carried out by hanging, a punishment that was typically reserved for human criminals. The animal was publicly hanged, and the event was recorded in historical records, demonstrating how seriously the trial was taken at the time. In other cases, animals were put on trial for lesser offenses. Goats, for example, were sometimes accused of damaging crops or destroying property and could face trial for these actions. Insects, such as fleas, were also put on trial in some places. These insects were accused of spreading disease or causing damage to crops, and people would go to great lengths to punish them. The trials of insects often involved capturing them and placing them in a container or box, where they would be held accountable for their actions. While the idea of putting an insect on trial might seem absurd, it was a reflection of how seriously some people took the idea of justice, even if it was directed at creatures that could not possibly have understood the charges against them. The reasoning behind animal trials varied. Some believed that animals could be possessed by evil spirits, which could make them act in harmful ways. In these cases, the animal was not seen as inherently guilty, but as a vessel for a malicious force. Others believed that animals, like humans, were capable of moral failings and could be held responsible for their actions. In either case, the trials were a reflection of the deeply ingrained belief in divine justice. People believed that God had created all creatures, and therefore animals, just like humans, had a role to play in the moral order of the world. The trials were often treated with a mix of seriousness and absurdity. On one hand, people believed that the animals could be held accountable for their actions, and the legal process was followed closely. On the other hand, the spectacle of seeing an animal in a courtroom or facing an execution was deeply strange and, from a modern perspective, ridiculous. The idea of a pig in a courtroom, dressed in human clothes, and facing a death sentence seems almost comical. But at the time, these trials were taken seriously, and the outcomes were considered important events in the community. In some cases, animals were given a defense lawyer, much like a human defendant would be. The defense attorney's job was to argue that the animal should not be held responsible for its actions. Sometimes, the defense would argue that the animal had been provoked or that it was not in full control of its actions. In other cases, the defense would try to argue that the animal had been possessed by a spirit or had acted out of necessity. If the animal was found guilty, the sentence could range from execution to exile, with the most common form of punishment being death. The execution method could vary depending on the crime, but in many cases, the animal would be hanged, drowned, or sometimes burned at the stake. The execution of animals was meant to serve as a lesson to the community. It was not just about punishing the animal, but about reinforcing the idea of divine justice. People believed that by punishing the animal, they were also sending a message to the rest of society about the importance of following the moral code and the consequences of breaking the law. Even though the animals could not understand the charges or the punishment, the trial and execution served as a symbolic act of maintaining order and ensuring that justice was done. Imagine a town where a goat has been caught causing trouble by destroying crops and tearing down fences. The town's leaders decide that the goat must be put on trial for its crimes. The goat is arrested and brought before the court, where it is charged with theft and destruction of property. The prosecutor argues that the goat's actions have caused significant harm to the community, and the defense lawyer claims that the goat did not act out of malice, but was simply following its instincts. After hearing the evidence, the judge rules that the goat is guilty and sentences it to death. The goat is then executed, and the entire town witnesses the event. For the townspeople, the execution of the goat serves as a reminder that no one, not even an animal, is above the law. While the trials of animals may seem strange and out of place today, they were a reflection of the worldview held by people in the past. In a time when religious beliefs were intertwined with the law, the idea that animals could be punished for wrongdoings made sense to many. Animals were seen as part of the moral order of the world, and their actions were believed to have consequences. Whether the crime was something as serious as murder or as simple as crop destruction, the trials served to reinforce the idea that justice must be served, even if the defendant was a creature that could not understand the charges against it. The idea of animal trials eventually faded away as legal systems evolved and society became more focused on human accountability. Today, we look back on these trials as a bizarre and disturbing chapter in history, but at the time, they were treated with seriousness and respect. The animal trials were a testament to the ways in which people sought to maintain order and ensure that justice, in whatever form it took, was upheld. Excommunication was not just a spiritual punishment in the past. It often had severe, real-world consequences. When a person was excommunicated, they were formally expelled from the church, cutting them off from the community of believers. While it may seem like a simple matter of being excluded from religious practices today, in earlier times, excommunication could mean a person was isolated from the support of the church and its members. This could lead to death by starvation, violence, or other forms of suffering. The penalty was harsh because the church held a central role in people's lives, both spiritually and socially. Being cast out of the church was a sentence that could easily lead to a death sentence. For many people during the medieval period, the church was the center of life. It provided not just spiritual guidance, but also social and economic support. People turned to the church for protection, for care when they were sick, and even for basic necessities like food and shelter. To be excommunicated was to be completely cut off from this safety net. Without the protection of the church, a person would be left vulnerable to attack, to illness, and to hunger. If a person had no other resources or support, this isolation could lead to a slow and painful death. One example of how excommunication could lead to death involved a man accused of heresy. In the Middle Ages, heresy was a crime against the church, and those who were found guilty were often excommunicated. Once excommunicated, the person could no longer receive the sacraments, including the Eucharist, which was considered necessary for salvation. Without the protection of the church, the heretic was at risk of being persecuted by both the church and secular authorities. In some cases, people who were excommunicated were forced to leave their homes and live in exile, where they faced the dangers of starvation or violence. Their lives would be in constant danger, as they could be hunted down by those who believed they were enemies of the church. Another example of excommunication as a death sentence involved a political dispute. Kings and nobles who were excommunicated by the church often found themselves in a precarious position. In medieval society, the church held considerable power, and being excommunicated was seen as a sign of divine disfavor. For a king or noble, being excommunicated could mean losing the loyalty of their subjects, who feared the consequences of going against the church. A king who was excommunicated might find his lands taken from him, his soldiers abandoning him, and his allies turning against him. The social isolation caused by excommunication could lead to a rapid downfall, and in many cases, it was followed by death, either from battle, starvation, or assassination. The power of the church was so great that the act of excommunication alone could ruin a person's life. Excommunication was not just a personal matter, it was a public one. When someone was excommunicated, the event was often announced publicly, and the person's name would be read out in church. The punishment was meant to be a public declaration of their guilt, and the shame associated with it could be just as damaging as the physical effects of being expelled from the community. A person who was excommunicated was often seen as an enemy of both the church and society. This could make them a target for violence, as others believed they were doing God's will by punishing the excommunicated person. In some cases, excommunication was used as a tool of political control. Leaders in the church used the threat of excommunication to manipulate kings and nobles, forcing them to comply with the church's demands. For example, a king might be excommunicated if he refused to obey the pope's orders, or if he was seen as a threat to the church's power. Excommunication was a way of asserting the church's authority over secular rulers. Once excommunicated, the king might face rebellion from his subjects, who would believe that they were no longer obligated to obey him. In such cases, the excommunicated person could lose everything: his throne, his wealth, and his life. Imagine a situation where a nobleman is excommunicated after he refuses to pay a tax imposed by the church. The church, using its spiritual authority, excommunicates him publicly. As soon as the excommunication is announced, the nobleman is ostracized. His lands and property are seized by the church, and his neighbors refuse to speak to him. Without the church's protection, he becomes vulnerable to attack by those who see him as a threat. His servants and soldiers abandon him, and soon he is left alone with no allies or resources. The excommunication, once a religious sentence, has become a social death sentence. The nobleman might try to flee, but his enemies would hunt him down, and without the church's protection, he could easily be killed. Even if he manages to survive for a time, the isolation and lack of resources could lead to his death from starvation or illness. Excommunication was not limited to individuals. It could also affect whole communities. If a town or village was suspected of heresy or disobedience to the church, the entire community could be excommunicated. This would result in the same effects as individual excommunication. People could no longer participate in church services, they could not receive sacraments, and they could not marry or bury their dead in consecrated ground. The social stigma of excommunication could destroy a community. If the people were isolated from the church, they could become vulnerable to attack by neighboring towns or armies. In some cases, the excommunicated people would be forced to leave their homes and live in exile, where they would face the same dangers as individuals who had been excommunicated. The practice of excommunication as a legal sentence was deeply intertwined with the power of the church. In a time when the church was both a spiritual and political force, excommunication was one of the most powerful tools it had to maintain control. It was not just a spiritual punishment. It was a sentence that affected all aspects of a person's life. Being excommunicated could result in loss of wealth, status, and protection, leaving the condemned person vulnerable to the harsh realities of the medieval world. For example, consider a merchant in a small town who is excommunicated for failing to pay his tithes to the church. Once excommunicated, he can no longer do business, as no one will trade with him for fear of incurring the church's wrath. His debts pile up, and soon he is destitute. Without the support of the church, he has no means of survival, and he is left to die from starvation or disease. The social death brought about by excommunication was often more deadly than the spiritual one. Excommunication, then, was more than a religious sentence. It was a tool of social and political control. The punishment could lead to physical death just as easily as a sword or a gallows. The person excommunicated might have their entire life destroyed by the act, and in many cases, they would be left to die alone without the protection or support of their community. The trial of a dead pope, known as the Cadaver Synod, was one of the most bizarre and unsettling events in the history of the Church. It took place in 897, when Pope Formosus, who had died a year earlier, was dug up, dressed in full papal robes, and put on trial. His body, decayed and bloated, was propped up on a chair in front of a court of bishops. This event was not just a posthumous mockery, but a very real attempt to settle political scores within the Church. The roots of the Cadaver Synod lie in the intense political struggles within the Church and the power dynamics that often controlled the selection of popes. Formosus had served as pope from 891 to 896, but his reign had been controversial. After his death, his successor, Pope Stephen VI, sought to discredit him. Formosus had made enemies during his papacy, and Pope Stephen VI, eager to strengthen his own position, decided to put Formosus on trial, even though he had already passed away. The trial was held in a small room in the Lateran Palace in Rome. Pope Stephen VI, who presided over the court, made sure that the body of Pope Formosus was exhumed and brought before the court in a very public spectacle. The corpse was dressed in the formal robes of a pope, and a deacon was assigned to act as the deceased pope's defender, even though Formosus had no chance to defend himself. The corpse of the dead pope was propped up in a chair, and his rotting body was surrounded by the bishops who had gathered for the trial. The charges against Formosus were politically motivated. Pope Stephen VI accused Formosus of perjury, violating church laws, and other charges related to his papacy. One of the most serious charges was that Formosus had violated the oath he had taken as pope, particularly regarding the legality of certain ordinations he had made. Specifically, Stephen VI claimed that Formosus had made appointments that were against the interests of the Church, and he used this as a basis for accusing him of acting outside the will of God. During the trial, Pope Stephen VI did not allow Formosus to speak in his defense, as he was, of course, dead. The corpse was simply a symbolic figure in the trial, and the entire process seemed more like a spectacle than a serious legal proceeding. The bishops were asked to judge the actions of the dead pope, and in a show of political power, they found Formosus guilty. The court declared that Formosus's papacy had been invalid, and his ordinations were considered illegal. The dead pope was stripped of his vestments, and his papal deeds were officially nullified. The punishment, however, was not just a matter of legal formalities. Pope Formosus' body was subjected to further indignities. His fingers, which had performed the sacred rites of the Church, were cut off as a symbolic act to show that his actions were no longer considered valid. His body was then thrown into the Tiber River, though some accounts suggest that it was first buried in a shallow grave. The act of discarding the Pope's body in such a manner was meant to humiliate him, making clear that his influence was to be erased from history. This trial of a dead pope was more than just an isolated act of vengeance. It was part of the ongoing power struggle between rival factions within the Church. At the time, there were numerous political factions in Rome and throughout the Catholic world, and the papacy was often seen as a political office as much as a religious one. The Cadaver Synod was a grotesque expression of this competition for power. By having Formosus exhumed and put on trial, Pope Stephen VI was sending a message to his enemies and solidifying his own authority. He sought to demonstrate that he had the power to control not only the living, but the dead as well. However, the Cadaver Synod did not go unnoticed. The trial of Pope Formosus shocked many, both within the Church and beyond it. Many saw it as an act of extreme cruelty, and the public outcry was swift. Formosus' supporters, who had been silently waiting for an opportunity to avenge him, eventually seized the moment. In a dramatic turn of events, Pope Stephen VI was imprisoned and later strangled, likely as a direct result of the outrage caused by the Cadaver Synod. His papacy ended as violently as it had begun. and the man who had so cruelly put a dead pope on trial was himself a victim of the political chaos he had stoked. The Cadaver Synod was not just an isolated incident. It was part of a period in history where the papacy was frequently embroiled in violent political conflict. During this time, popes were often caught in the middle of power struggles between powerful Roman families, as well as between secular rulers and the church. The papacy was seen as a means of gaining legitimacy, and popes were often more concerned with securing their position than with maintaining religious or moral integrity. In this context, the trial of Pope Formosus was a grotesque example of how political power and religious authority could become intertwined, often to destructive and absurd ends. The spectacle of the Cadaver Synod remains one of the most shocking episodes in the history of the papacy. It demonstrated how far people were willing to go to discredit their enemies, even to the point of desecrating a corpse. The trial also exposed the lengths to which rival factions within the church would go to secure power, as well as the fragile nature of papal authority during this time. The fact that Pope Formosus was exhumed, dressed in robes, and put on trial by those who sought to undermine him is a reminder of the extreme and often surreal nature of power struggles within the church. In the end, the Cadaver Synod was a failure for those who sought to erase Formosus from history. Though the trial was meant to destroy his legacy, it only served to further expose the corruption and chaos of the papacy during this time. The absurdity of the trial, with a dead pope being tried for crimes he could not defend himself against, made it clear that political power had at times supplanted religious devotion. The trial remains a dark chapter in the history of the church, a symbol of how far political rivalry could go, even to the point of digging up and desecrating the dead. Pressing, known as Peine Forte at Dure, was one of the most brutal forms of punishment used in medieval and early modern Europe. The method involved placing heavy stones or other heavy objects on the accused until they either pleaded guilty or died from the immense pressure. This was not a quick or merciful death. It was an excruciating, prolonged ordeal meant to force a confession from the accused. The idea behind pressing was simple. If the person refused to plead in court, the court would apply physical pressure, hoping to break their resistance. The victim would either confess to the crime or be crushed under the weight. The process began when someone was accused of a crime but refused to enter a plea. This was usually done because the accused wanted to avoid trial, either because they were innocent or because they knew the punishment for their alleged crime would be severe. Under the law of Peine Forte at Dure, the accused could be pressed with heavy stones in an attempt to force a plea. If they continued to remain silent, the pressure would continue to build. The stones were gradually added, making it harder and harder for the accused to breathe, until they either confessed or died. In some cases, the accused would be placed on the ground, and large, heavy stones would be piled onto their chest. The weight of the stones would press down on their body, causing immense pain. As the pressure increased, the person might struggle to breathe, their ribs cracking, or their organs beginning to fail from the strain. If the person was unable to endure the pain and pressure, they would either plead or die under the weight. This form of punishment was especially used in England during the 16th and 17th centuries. It was typically applied to people accused of serious crimes, particularly those who were unwilling to plead guilty or not guilty, often because they hoped to avoid the court's judgment or because they feared the consequences of a conviction. The law held that anyone who refused to plead was essentially guilty, and the trial was meant to force a confession. One of the most famous examples of pressing took place in 1649 when a man named Giles Corey was accused of witchcraft during the Salem witch trials in Massachusetts. Corey refused to enter a plea, likely hoping to delay or avoid the trial. As punishment, he was subjected to pressing. Corey was laid down on the ground, and heavy stones were placed on his chest. The pressure became unbearable, and after several hours of being pressed, he finally died under the weight of the stones. His last words reportedly were, "More weight," a chilling reminder of the intense suffering he endured before his death. The pressing was not a quick death. It could take hours or even days, depending on the person's resistance. The court could continue to pile weight on the accused until they either died or gave in. The intention behind Peine Forte et Dure was not to kill the person immediately, but to force them into a confession. The idea was that no one could withstand such agony without eventually confessing to a crime, whether they were guilty or not. If the accused managed to survive the ordeal, they would be judged guilty, but if they died, they were considered to have been punished for their refusal to plead. The method was gruesome, and it was used only on people who refused to plead, meaning those who were believed to be either too frightened or too proud to admit guilt. For example, a person accused of theft might refuse to plead because they were hoping that the authorities would not be able to prove their crime. In this case, the person might be subjected to pressing until they either entered a plea or died under the weight. However, this was not always about guilt or innocence. It was more about forcing a legal outcome. Whether the accused was actually guilty of the crime or not, the system made the decision to apply pressure until a confession was extracted. Imagine a person accused of a serious crime, like murder, who remains silent and refuses to plead guilty or not guilty in court. The authorities, eager to resolve the case, order that the accused be subjected to Peine Forte et Dure. The person is taken to the courtroom and laid down on the ground, their arms pinned down so that they cannot move. Large stones are placed on their chest, one by one, and the person is told that they must plead or face more weight. As the stones get heavier, the person begins to struggle, gasping for breath. The pressure on their chest becomes unbearable, and their ribs begin to crack under the weight. Their body is slowly crushed, and it becomes clear that the only way out of this torment is either to confess or to die. This was the reality for many who faced Peine Forte et Dure. The impact of this punishment was not just physical, but also psychological. The constant fear of suffocation, the inability to escape from the crushing pressure, and the mental strain of enduring the ordeal were often enough to break the accused. While some might have resisted and refused to confess until the very end, others, in their desperation to end the pain, would give in and confess to the crime, whether they had committed it or not. For many, Peine Forte et Dure represented an unbearable form of punishment. The severity of the pressure could cause lasting damage to the body. Internal organs could be crushed, bones could break, and the person could die from the physical strain. Those who survived the ordeal would often suffer from severe injuries and would face a future filled with pain and health problems. It was a punishment that left physical and emotional scars, and it could lead to death, either from the weight of the stones or from the long-term effects of the crushing pressure. Even though pressing was used relatively infrequently, it still remained a powerful tool in the legal system, showing the extent to which people were willing to go to forced confessions or bring about a conclusion to a trial. It was not just a form of punishment, it was a tool to extract justice, or at least the appearance of justice, through physical coercion. Those who were subjected to it often faced an agonizing end, and the mere threat of pressing was enough to make people reconsider whether they would refuse to plead in court. In the end, Peine Forte et Dure was a brutal and inhumane method of dealing with those who refused to plead in court. It was a form of punishment that highlighted the harshness of the legal system at the time, where extracting a confession was often seen as more important than ensuring a fair trial. Those who faced it did so under the weight of physical suffering, and the outcome was often death or injury. It remains one of the darkest chapters in the history of punishment, a reminder of how far some systems were willing to go to extract justice, regardless of the cost to human life. Beheading was considered a clean death, reserved for those of high status, particularly nobles. It was a method of execution that was seen as more dignified compared to other, more gruesome forms of punishment. In a society where social hierarchy was firmly in place, beheading was reserved for those who had a certain level of power, wealth, and status. For the common people, the punishments could be far harsher, including hanging, burning at the stake, or even being drawn and quartered. But for a noble, being beheaded was seen as the most dignified way to die, as it was quick, efficient, and perceived as a cleaner way to execute someone. The practice of beheading was used for nobles who had committed serious crimes, such as treason, betrayal, or other offenses that were considered a direct challenge to the ruling power. When a noble was sentenced to death, the manner of their execution was often chosen to reflect their social standing. Unlike common criminals, who might be subjected to brutal public executions, a noble's beheading was often done with a certain level of ceremony and formality. This distinction was not just about the method of execution, but also the message it sent about the status and respect of the person being executed. Imagine a high-ranking nobleman who has betrayed his king. He has been accused of plotting against the throne, a crime that carries severe consequences. The trial has been held, and he has been found guilty. The king, while deeply angered by the betrayal, orders that the noble be executed, but because of the noble's rank, he will not face the usual brutal methods of execution. Instead, the sentence is beheading. The execution is set to take place in a private area, away from the crowds that might witness a common criminal's death. A skilled executioner is summoned, and the nobleman is led to the place of execution. The nobleman kneels before the executioner, and with a single swing of the axe, his life is taken. The death is quick and, compared to other forms of execution, relatively painless. It is a clean and efficient way to end a life, and it is considered respectful given the noble's status. The act itself is carried out in a calm and orderly manner, with little fanfare, though the solemnity of the moment is not lost on those who witness it. This method was not just about the physical act of killing. It was also about the way it reflected the noble's status. For the highest-ranking individuals, beheading was often seen as a way to preserve their dignity, even in death. It was considered more merciful compared to other forms of execution, and it allowed for the noble to face death with a certain amount of grace. The act of beheading could also be viewed as a symbolic representation of the power of the king or queen, a public demonstration of the fact that even those of the highest status were not exempt from punishment if they broke the laws of the land. In some cases, the beheading of nobles was done with great ceremony, reinforcing the idea that even in death, a noble was to be treated with a certain amount of respect. For example, in France during the time of the monarchy, it was common for nobles to be executed by beheading with an axe. The execution was often carried out in a manner that was intended to be efficient and dignified, with the noble being led to the place of execution by a group of guards, surrounded by their peers. The act itself was quick, but the ritual surrounding the death was designed to maintain the noble's dignity until the very end. Take, for instance, the case of a noblewoman who has been accused of treason against the crown. Once found guilty, her fate is sealed. Unlike common criminals, she will not be burned at the stake or hanged. Instead, she will be executed by beheading. The moment comes, and she is brought to the execution site. The noblewoman is dressed in her finest clothes, and there is a quiet sadness in the air as those who know her look on. With the final swing of the axe, her life is ended swiftly and cleanly. Though her actions were deemed unforgivable, the manner in which her life was taken reflects her status. In death, she is shown the respect that her title commands, even though her betrayal has led to her downfall. The public nature of beheading also made it a powerful symbol. While executions were not always public, in many cases, the beheading of a noble was seen as a way to demonstrate the power of the ruler. The death of a high-ranking individual was a reminder that even those who held great power could be brought down when they defied the law. The noble's death was not only a punishment for their crime, but also a public demonstration of the consequences of betrayal. It was a way to assert the ruler's authority and remind the people that no one, regardless of their status, was above the law. In some cases, the beheading of a noble could serve as a means of settling political scores. If two powerful factions within the court or nobility were in conflict, one faction might have a rival executed by beheading in order to send a message to others. The noble who was executed might have been caught up in a larger struggle for power, and the method of execution served as a reminder to others that power, even at the highest levels, could be taken away swiftly. The public nature of the execution made it clear to all that the ruler or king was in control, and that even the nobility could not escape the consequences of their actions. Imagine a king who has been forced to deal with a rebellion among his nobles. One of the rebel leaders, a duke, has been captured and is brought before the king. The duke, once a trusted ally, is now a traitor to the crown. The king orders that the duke be executed, but because of the duke's high rank, the king decides that the execution will be a beheading. The event is carried out in front of a small group of courtiers and guards. The duke kneels before the executioner, and with a single strike, his life is taken. The death is quick, efficient, and without unnecessary cruelty. The king watches silently, knowing that the execution of the duke sends a message to the rest of the court that betrayal will not be tolerated, no matter how high one's status may be. Beheading for nobles was seen as a way to ensure that even those at the top of the social ladder could be held accountable for their actions. While the act was meant to be swift and clean, it was also a reminder of the power structures that governed society. Nobles, while afforded more dignity in death, were not immune to the harsh realities of the political world. Beheading was a way to balance respect for a noble's rank with the need to enforce the law. It was an execution that was as much about maintaining control and authority as it was about punishing the individual for their crime. The iron chair was a method of torture and execution designed to extract confessions or punish criminals. It was a horrific device consisting of a large iron chair with spikes embedded into the seat and backrest. The victim would be forced to sit in the chair, and the spikes would pierce their flesh. As if this wasn't painful enough, the victim would be subjected to intense heat, roasting alive on the chair. The combination of sharp pain and burning heat made the iron chair one of the most excruciating forms of execution used in the past. This device was not meant to be a quick death. It was specifically designed to cause immense suffering. The spikes would dig into the person's body, causing deep wounds, while the heat would burn their skin and organs. The victim might stay in the chair for hours, enduring this torment before eventually dying from the combined effects of the spikes and the heat. It was a slow and agonizing process, meant to break the will of the person being tortured and force them to confess to whatever crime they were accused of. In many cases, the iron chair was used in trials where the accused was suspected of serious crimes like heresy, witchcraft, or treason. The method was often employed when other forms of torture had failed to extract a confession. The idea was simple. By causing extreme pain, the victim would be forced to confess, and the execution would act as a public deterrent for others. However, the true goal of using the iron chair was to inflict maximum pain, not just to punish, but also to send a clear message about the consequences of defying the law or the authorities. The victim would be strapped into the chair, and the spikes would pierce their body. These spikes were usually positioned in places where they would cause maximum damage, such as the thighs, back, and shoulders. Once the person was secured in the chair, the executioners would begin to heat the iron, causing the victim's body to burn from the heat of the metal. The intensity of the heat would vary depending on the execution, but it was always severe. The heat would cause the person's skin to blister and peel, and the smell of burning flesh would fill the air. As the victim's body grew weaker from the combined effects of the spikes and the heat, they would eventually succumb to shock, blood loss, or suffocation. In some cases, they would die from the injuries caused by the spikes alone, but in many instances, the heat would prove to be the deadliest factor. The heat would burn the person's organs and tissues, causing intense internal damage. The victim would often be unable to move or scream from the pain, making it clear just how unbearable the experience was. One infamous example of the iron chair being used occurred during the Inquisition, when it was employed as a method of extracting confessions from accused heretics. A man suspected of heresy was strapped into the chair and roasted alive, while the executioners demanded a confession. As the man's body was burned and pierced by the spikes, he eventually gave in and confessed to the charges, though it is unclear whether his confession was the truth or merely a result of the unbearable pain. For the authorities, this was the desired outcome. They got a confession, and the public witnessed the consequences of defying the church's teachings. In another case, a woman accused of witchcraft was sentenced to execution on the iron chair. She was strapped to the device, and the spikes dug into her body while the heat caused her to slowly roast alive. The process was agonizing. She may have cried out in pain, but the agony of the heat and the spikes made it nearly impossible for her to do anything but suffer. The public watched, some perhaps feeling a sense of justice being served, others more likely horrified by the sheer cruelty of the execution. The iron chair was not just used for executions, it was also used as a method of torture to punish people who were accused of crimes but had not yet been executed. The chair's spikes would puncture the skin, causing excruciating pain. Then, the victim would be subjected to heat, making the experience even more unbearable. This combination of physical pain and mental torment often broke the will of the accused, leading them to confess to crimes they might not have committed or had no knowledge of. The confession, however, was often considered valid, as the person's will had been completely broken by the torture. The iron chair was an effective tool for extracting confessions, but it was also a symbol of the brutality of the justice system at the time. For the accused, it represented the ultimate form of suffering, and for the authorities, it served as a reminder of the power they held over life and death. The iron chair was a method of execution and torture that reflected the harshness of the times, where physical pain and suffering were used as tools of control. Imagine a person who has been accused of a serious crime, such as treason, but refuses to confess. They are taken to the place of execution, where they are strapped into the iron chair. The spikes dig into their flesh, and the heat from the iron begins to burn their skin. The pain is immediate, and as the heat grows stronger, the person feels their skin begin to blister. Their body is locked in place, and there is no escape from the pain. Slowly, the agony begins to overwhelm them, and they start to confess, not because they are guilty, but because the pain has become too much to bear. In another scenario, a woman is accused of witchcraft, and the authorities decide to use the iron chair to extract a confession. She is strapped into the chair, and the heat starts to rise. The spikes in the chair dig into her flesh, and the heat becomes unbearable. As she begins to scream, her body burns, and her organs suffer internal damage. The public witnesses her suffering, and the spectacle is meant to deter others from committing similar crimes. The woman's confession is extracted not by her own will, but by the torment inflicted on her body. The iron chair was a horrific tool used to punish, torture, and kill those accused of crimes. Its design was simple but effective in causing maximum pain and suffering. For the victim, the experience was agonizing, leading to death in most cases. For the authorities, it was a way to extract confessions, enforce power, and demonstrate the consequences of disobedience. The iron chair remains one of the most brutal and chilling methods of execution in history, a stark reminder of the cruelty that was once employed in the name of justice. Public dismemberment was a gruesome punishment reserved for those guilty of regicide, the act of killing a king. The crime of killing a monarch was seen as the ultimate betrayal, a direct challenge to the divine order and the authority of the throne. In the past, the punishment for regicide was not simply death. It was a public spectacle designed to show the full extent of the consequences of such a crime. Those who were convicted of killing a king were subjected to a punishment so brutal that it was intended not only to punish, but to serve as a horrifying warning to others. In some cases, the punishment involved the victim being torn apart by horses or machines. The method was intended to break the person's body in a violent and public way, underscoring the severity of their crime. The victim would be tied to horses or other mechanisms, with each limb bound to separate horses or machines. When the horses or machines were driven apart, the victim's body would be torn apart as well. The act was done in full view of the public, ensuring that the humiliation and brutality of the punishment were witnessed by as many people as possible. The idea behind this public dismemberment was not just to punish the individual, but to send a clear message about the sanctity of the throne. Killing a king was considered a crime against God and the natural order, and the punishment was meant to reflect that. The dismemberment was meant to be a form of divine retribution, ensuring that the traitor's body would be torn apart as their soul was believed to be torn away from grace. The dismemberment was brutal, and the manner in which it was carried out was meant to remind the public that no crime was more severe than regicide. One of the most infamous examples of public dismemberment involved the execution of a man who had assassinated a king. The king had been a beloved ruler, and the man who killed him was seen as a vile traitor. The authorities decided that his punishment must fit the crime. He was brought to the public square, where a crowd had gathered to witness the event. The victim was tied to horses, and the executioners began to drive the horses apart. As the horses were urged to run in opposite directions, the victim's limbs were violently torn from his body. The act was meant to be a spectacle of both horror and justice, with the public watching in silence as the victim was slowly and painfully torn apart. The dismemberment was meant to be as public as possible, ensuring that the message was clear. The traitor's death was not just a personal matter, but a matter of national importance. It was a way of demonstrating the ruler's power and authority over those who would attempt to challenge it. The act was performed with brutal efficiency, and the public was forced to witness the consequences of treason. The victim's dismemberment was not just a punishment. It was a demonstration of the ruler's absolute control over life and death. Another method of dismemberment was using machines that were designed to tear apart the victim's body. These machines, often involving a series of ropes and pulleys, would be set up in such a way that the victim's limbs were attached to different parts of the machine. Once the machine was set in motion, the victim's body would be slowly torn apart. This was done with the same purpose as the horse method, to make the death as slow, painful, and public as possible. The dismemberment by machine was just as violent and horrific as being torn apart by horses, but it had the added element of mechanical precision, making it even more terrifying. Imagine a man who has been accused of plotting the assassination of a king. He is arrested, and after a quick trial, the authorities decide that the only fitting punishment for his crime is public dismemberment. The man is taken to the public square, where a large crowd has gathered to watch. He is tied to 4 separate horses, each positioned at opposite corners of the square. The crowd watches in silence as the executioners begin to urge the horses forward. The man screams in agony as his limbs are violently pulled away from his body, each horse running in a different direction. The horses tear at his body, and within moments he is left a broken, lifeless form, his body ripped apart in front of the crowd. His death serves as both punishment and a warning. In some cases, the victim of regicide was not just dismembered, but also had their body displayed in public to further emphasize the brutal consequences of their crime. The dismembered body might be left in the public square for days, with each of the limbs displayed as a reminder of the punishment that awaited anyone who dared to challenge the throne. The body would often be displayed on poles or hung from a wall, with each piece of the body visible to anyone passing by. This public display was intended to humiliate the victim even in death, showing that their crime was unforgivable and that their body would be treated with the same disrespect they had shown to the king. For example, after the dismemberment of a king's assassin, the body might be publicly displayed in a way that left no question about the consequences of regicide. The victim's head might be placed on a spike at the city gates, with their arms and legs hanging nearby on poles. The body would be displayed in such a way that it was impossible to ignore. The public would see the dismembered body as they went about their daily lives, a constant reminder of the brutal consequences of attempting to kill the monarch. This display of power and cruelty was meant to prevent anyone else from thinking about committing such a crime. The public nature of dismemberment was key to its purpose. The authorities wanted the execution to be witnessed by as many people as possible to ensure that the punishment was understood and feared. The brutal death of the traitor served as a public reminder of the power of the king or queen, as well as the terrifying consequences of betrayal. It was not just about killing the individual, it was about sending a message to the entire society that the monarch's rule was absolute, and that those who defied it would be destroyed in the most horrific way possible. Public dismemberment for regicide was a punishment designed to enforce the sanctity of the throne and the authority of the monarch. It was meant to be both a punishment for the individual and a lesson for the public. The victim's body was torn apart in a way that made the crime and its consequences clear. It was a brutal and terrifying punishment that demonstrated the ruthlessness with which a ruler would protect their power, leaving no doubt that treason was a crime that could not and would not be tolerated. The Heretic's Fork was a cruel and uncomfortable device used during the Middle Ages to punish and torture individuals accused of heresy. It was a simple yet effective tool designed to cause physical pain and prevent the accused from sleeping or speaking. The device consisted of a metal rod with 2 prongs, which would be positioned between the chin and the chest of the victim. The prongs would dig into the skin, creating a constant, sharp discomfort that made even the smallest movement painful. The design was made to force the person to remain in an uncomfortable position, ensuring they could neither rest nor speak freely. The fork was often used in conjunction with other forms of punishment, such as imprisonment or physical torture, to coerce confessions from those accused of heresy. The accused would be tied or locked in a fixed position, and the heretic's fork would be placed on them to prevent them from relaxing or talking. If they tried to speak or attempt any form of communication, the prongs would dig deeper into their skin, causing pain and discomfort. The constant pressure on their neck and chest would make it nearly impossible for the victim to find any relief. One of the key purposes of the heretic's fork was to prevent sleep. During the times it was used, the authorities understood that sleep deprivation could break a person's will. The design of the fork made it extremely uncomfortable to rest, and the victim would have to stay awake, in a position that forced them to remain alert at all times. This was especially effective during long interrogations or periods of confinement. The inability to sleep would wear down the victim's mental and physical state, making them more likely to confess to charges of heresy or other crimes, whether or not they were guilty. Imagine a person accused of heresy, someone who has been suspected of questioning or opposing the teachings of the Church. After being arrested, they are brought to a dark, cold cell. There, they are strapped to a chair or forced to kneel. The executioner or torturer then places the heretic's fork between their chin and chest, the prongs digging into their skin. The victim is unable to speak without causing sharp pain, and they are kept awake for days, as the discomfort of the fork ensures they cannot rest. The lack of sleep, combined with the constant physical pressure, begins to wear them down. In their fatigue and pain, they might begin to confess to things they never did or believed, simply to end the torment. The use of the heretic's fork was not limited to heretics alone. It could also be used on individuals accused of witchcraft, treason, or other crimes deemed dangerous by the authorities. In many cases, the victim's trial was not about finding the truth, but about forcing a confession. The method of using the heretic's fork was a tool of coercion, designed to break the spirit of the accused. It was a way for the authorities to extract information or confessions, often in the absence of solid evidence. The torture was not just physical, it was psychological. The person wearing the heretic's fork would feel a constant reminder of their helplessness. Every attempt to speak, to explain themselves, or even to comfort themselves would result in sharp, piercing pain. The victim's mind would be as trapped as their body, caught in a cycle of discomfort that made rational thought or resistance nearly impossible. The combination of pain and mental exhaustion often led to people confessing to things they had not done, as it seemed like the only way to escape the constant suffering. One of the most notorious uses of the heretic's fork was during the Spanish Inquisition. During this time, the Catholic Church sought to root out heresy and ensure that everyone adhered to its teachings. The Inquisition relied on both torture and fear to maintain control over its followers. People accused of heresy or witchcraft were often subjected to extreme torture, and the heretic's fork became one of the more infamous methods. It was used to break the accused's resolve, forcing them to admit to crimes that, in many cases, were fabricated by the authorities. For example, consider a woman accused of witchcraft in a small village. The local authorities believe she has been using dark magic to harm others. She denies the accusations, but she is locked in a cell and strapped into a chair. The heretic's fork is placed between her chin and chest, and she is left to endure the pain. The discomfort is constant, and she cannot sleep or speak without increasing the sharp pain. The longer she endures the torment, the more her mind begins to unravel. Exhausted, hungry, and in constant pain, she begins to break down and eventually confesses to witchcraft, whether or not she was guilty. The mental and physical toll of the Heretic's fork was immense. The device not only caused physical pain, but also affected the victim's ability to think clearly. The constant pressure on the neck and chest could lead to difficulty breathing, and the strain on the muscles would cause fatigue. This type of torture was designed to make the victim dependent on the authority of their captors, as it broke down their ability to resist. In some cases, people would confess simply to end the pain, as the constant discomfort was unbearable. The Heretic's fork ensured that the victim would be too weak, both physically and mentally, to continue resisting. Imagine the frustration of someone who is wrongly accused of heresy or witchcraft. They know they are innocent, but the pain of the Heretic's fork makes it almost impossible to remain calm or composed. The fork forces their body to remain stiff and alert, preventing them from sleeping and causing constant pressure. The pain and lack of sleep make it difficult to think clearly, and as time drags on, the person's will to resist weakens. In some cases, they may even come to believe their accusers or begin to doubt their own innocence, simply because of the relentless torture they endure. The Heretic's fork was a tool of both physical and psychological control. It was a way for authorities to maintain power over those they accused of challenging the established order. By forcing people to stay awake, in pain, and unable to speak freely, the authorities ensured that the victim's will was broken, either through the agony of the device or through the psychological toll it took. The victim might confess to crimes they didn't commit, not because they were guilty, but because they were broken by the unrelenting torment of the Heretic's fork. The device was just one of many methods used by the Church and other authorities to maintain control and eliminate perceived threats. It was designed not just to punish, but to force the accused into a state of submission, ensuring that they would be unable to resist the power of their captors. Those who faced the Heretic's fork often left behind more than just physical scars. The psychological effects of the torture could last long after the pain had ended. The Heretic's fork was a powerful tool in the arsenal of those who sought to control others through fear, pain, and intimidation. The Brazen Bull was a horrifying form of execution used in ancient times, especially in Greece. It was designed to be both a method of torture and a way to make the victim's death a public spectacle. The victim would be locked inside a large, hollow bronze bull, which was then heated over an intense fire. The metal bull would slowly heat up, cooking the person inside. The screams of the victim would echo through the bull's mouth, amplifying the terror and cruelty of the moment. The design of the Brazen Bull was both ingenious and terrifying. It was constructed from bronze, a durable material that could withstand the intense heat required for the execution. The bull was hollow, with a door or opening through which the victim could be placed inside. Once inside, the person would be trapped, unable to escape. The bull's mouth was designed in such a way that as the victim screamed in agony, the sound would be transformed into an eerie, bellowing noise, making it sound as though the bull itself was crying out. The process began by securing the victim inside the bull. The person might be locked in as a punishment for crimes like treason, murder, or religious offenses. Once inside, the victim would have no way to escape. The bull would then be placed over a fire, and the heat would start to rise. As the metal began to heat up, the victim would begin to feel the burning heat on their skin. The temperature inside the bull would steadily increase, causing severe pain and suffering. As the heat grew more intense, the person inside would suffer from burns, dehydration, and the crushing weight of the heat surrounding them. Over time, the body would begin to cook, with the victim suffering from extreme heat, suffocation, and the unbearable pain of being roasted alive. The bull was designed in such a way that the victim's screams would be amplified, making the execution not just a method of death, but a chilling form of public spectacle. The sound of the victim's cries, distorted through the metal, would reach the ears of the onlookers, adding to the horror of the scene. One of the earliest uses of the Brazen Bull is said to have been in ancient Greece, where the tyrant Phalaris of Acragas ordered the creation of the device. According to historical accounts, Phalaris was a cruel ruler who used the bull to execute those who angered him or his regime. The bull became a symbol of his tyrannical power, an instrument of terror used to intimidate anyone who might consider defying him. People accused of serious crimes, or those who simply fell out of favor with the ruler, would face the slow, agonizing death inside the metal bull. Consider the case of a man who has been accused of plotting against the king. He stands before the executioners, his hands bound, awaiting his fate. The Brazen Bull is set up, and he is forced inside. The door is shut behind him, trapping him in the small, dark space. He can feel the heat rising as the fire begins to burn beneath the bull. As the temperature inside the bull increases, he starts to sweat. The heat is unbearable, and soon the pain begins. The metal bull amplifies his screams, making it sound as if he is trapped in a beast's jaws, begging for mercy. His flesh begins to burn, his body racked with pain. He is unable to escape or even move, and soon his cries fade as the heat takes its toll. The bull remains silent as the victim succumbs to the extreme heat. The idea behind the Brazen Bull was to create a form of execution that was both terrifying and permanent. There was no escape from the bull once you were inside. Unlike other forms of execution, such as hanging or beheading, which were quick, the Brazen Bull offered no mercy. The victim would die slowly, their body cooked alive in the heat. The execution was a public event, with crowds often gathered to watch the spectacle. It was a display of power, meant to instill fear in the population and show the consequences of defying the ruler. In some versions of the story, the victim's screams were said to sound like the bellowing of an angry bull, further adding to the horror of the execution. The cries would be amplified through the bull's hollow body, making it seem as though the bull itself was alive and suffering. This grotesque transformation of human suffering into an animalistic cry was one of the key features of the Brazen Bull, making it not just a method of execution, but a macabre form of psychological torment for those who witnessed it. Imagine a city under the rule of a tyrant, where the Brazen Bull is used to punish those who cross the ruler. A thief is caught, accused of stealing food from the royal granary. His punishment is set. He will be executed in the Brazen Bull. The thief is dragged to the execution site, where the bull waits, gleaming under the sun. He is thrown inside the bull, and the door is shut. As the fire is lit beneath the bull, the heat begins to build. The thief, trapped in the darkness of the bull, starts to scream. His cries fill the air, growing louder as the heat intensifies. The crowd watches in silence, the sound of the victim's pain echoing through the bull's mouth. His screams become more desperate, and soon they fade away as the heat overwhelms him. The bull remains silent, its purpose complete. The use of the Brazen Bull was a method of torture that relied on the fear it generated, both through its physical effects and the horror of the execution itself. It was not just about killing, it was about sending a message. The tyrants who used the bull, such as Phalaris, wanted to demonstrate their absolute power. The method itself was terrifying, but it also served to solidify their dominance over the people. The bull's creation and use marked a chilling chapter in the history of torture, where the lives of individuals were extinguished in the most brutal and public way possible. While the Brazen Bull is no longer used today, it serves as a reminder of the extremes to which rulers would go to maintain control. The device was a symbol of unchecked power, where the punishment was as cruel as the crime itself. It was not just about death, it was about making the victim suffer in the most painful and humiliating way possible, all in front of an audience, as a warning to others who might think of challenging authority. The legacy of the Brazen Bull is one of terror, an unforgettable reminder of the darkest methods of punishment ever devised. Execution by crushing was a method used in various historical societies. The process involved the accused being flattened, usually by heavy stones or large boards. This form of execution was not only brutal, but also public, meant to instill fear in the population and show the power of those who controlled the legal system. In many cases, this method was used to punish people who were accused of serious crimes, such as murder or treason. The choice to use crushing as a method of execution came from its simplicity and effectiveness. It required little preparation, and the results were often immediate and gruesome. Unlike hanging, which could be unpredictable, or burning at the stake, which required a certain amount of skill to execute properly, crushing was straightforward. A heavy object was placed on the accused, either on their body or on their chest. The weight would increase over time, often causing slow and excruciating pain. Imagine a person lying on the ground, their arms and legs restrained. A large stone or a thick board would be placed above them. At first, the pressure would be manageable, but as the weight increased, it would crush their body, causing intense pain. Bones would break, organs would be damaged, and internal bleeding would occur. The person might suffocate under the weight, or they might die from the internal injuries caused by the crushing force. This form of execution was effective not only in killing, but also in ensuring that the accused would not escape or fight back. In ancient Rome, for instance, crushing was used in cases of parricide, or the killing of one's parent. The Roman legal system had several methods for dealing with serious crimes, and crushing was one of the most feared. The punishment was carried out publicly to act as a deterrent. A heavy stone would be placed on the accused, and the pressure would slowly increase until they died. The Roman authorities made sure that the execution was carried out in front of a crowd, as this was seen as a way to maintain order and show the consequences of breaking the law. In medieval Europe, execution by crushing was also used, though it was more common for other forms of punishment to be carried out, such as hanging or burning. However, crushing still found its place in the judicial system, especially in regions where the punishment was intended to send a strong message. A large rock or board would be placed on the chest or head of the accused, and the weight would slowly increase until the person died. In some cases, the execution was drawn out to prolong the suffering, ensuring that the accused would experience as much pain as possible before they died. The use of crushing as a method of execution was not limited to Europe or ancient Rome. In parts of Asia, such as China and Japan, similar methods were used as forms of punishment. In China, for example, crushing was often used in cases of rebellion or serious crimes against the state. The accused would be bound and placed under a heavy object, such as a large stone or a piece of timber. Over time, the weight would press down on the accused, causing severe injuries and, eventually, death. The psychological impact of execution by crushing was immense. The accused often knew exactly what was happening to them. They could feel the weight pressing down, and the slow progression of the crushing force would create a sense of dread and fear. The process was not immediate, which made it particularly horrific. The slow nature of the punishment meant that the person being executed had time to reflect on their fate and experience immense physical and emotional pain. As the weight of the stone or board increased, the person would begin to feel their bones breaking. The pressure would damage their organs, causing internal bleeding and severe trauma. Eventually, the person would die, either from the crushing force, the injury sustained, or suffocation. Some victims of this execution method would be alive for an extended period, enduring unimaginable pain until the weight finally killed them. While execution by crushing was undeniably cruel, it was also used as a tool of control. Rulers and authorities throughout history understood the importance of maintaining order. Public executions served as a reminder of the consequences of breaking the law. In societies where power was often centralized and absolute, crushing was seen as an effective deterrent. It not only punished the individual accused of a crime, but also served as a warning to the wider population. By watching someone suffer such a gruesome fate, others might think twice before committing similar crimes. In some cases, the method of crushing was not limited to the accused alone. The authorities would use this punishment to target entire groups of people. During times of political instability, for example, rulers might use crushing to suppress uprisings or rebellions. The weight of the punishment would be seen as a clear message that rebellion would not be tolerated, and those who dared challenge authority would meet a brutal end. In ancient societies, where public executions were common, the process of crushing would often take place in public squares or near the gates of cities. The spectacle would draw large crowds, and the authorities would use the opportunity to reinforce their power. The execution of the accused was not just about punishment. It was about showing the public that the law was in control, and anyone who broke it would face severe consequences. As societies evolved, however, the use of execution by crushing began to decline. More humane forms of punishment were introduced, and the brutality of crushing became less acceptable. The method was eventually replaced by other forms of execution, such as beheading or hanging, which were seen as less cruel. Today, execution by crushing is no longer used in most parts of the world. However, the method remains a chilling reminder of the extremes to which societies have gone in the past to punish those accused of crimes. It was a form of execution that combined physical pain with a psychological sense of dread, making it one of the most terrifying methods of punishment in history. The Pear of Anguish was a device used during the medieval period as a form of punishment and torture. It was designed to cause immense pain, relying on its ability to open up and expand inside the body. The device itself was shaped like a pear, and its design allowed it to be inserted into the mouth, rectum, or vagina, depending on the intended victim and the type of crime they were accused of. Once in place, the torturer would use a screw to gradually open the device, causing the victim unimaginable suffering. The Pear of Anguish was used during a time when the justice system was brutal and often relied on physical punishment to extract confessions or punish those accused of crimes. It was a tool of torture designed to break the body and the mind. The device worked by forcing open the body, stretching and tearing tissues in a way that caused intense pain. The gradual opening of the device was what made it so horrifying. The person being tortured would have to endure the slow and agonizing expansion, often for extended periods, until they either confessed or died from the trauma. Imagine being placed on a table, bound and helpless. The torturer would approach with the device in hand, knowing exactly how it worked. The pear-shaped device would be carefully inserted into the victim's mouth, rectum, or vagina, and the screw would be turned. With each twist, the device would slowly begin to expand, causing pressure inside the body. The victim would feel the expansion begin, followed by an intense burning pain as the device continued to open. It wasn't a quick death or a sudden shock, but instead, a drawn-out experience that left the person in agony. The torture was not meant to be a quick process. The device would continue to expand, causing more and more damage with each turn of the screw. The pain was not just from the stretching, but from the internal damage caused by the device. It would tear the flesh and organs inside, causing bleeding, internal bruising, and often permanent injury. The expanding pear-shaped device was not only designed to cause physical harm, but also to break the victim's spirit. The slow, methodical nature of the torture meant that the victim had no choice but to endure the suffering, hoping for it to end, but knowing it could last for hours or even days. One of the most horrifying aspects of the Pear of Anguish was its unpredictability. The torturer had control over the screw, meaning the victim had no idea when the pain would stop. The expanding device would continue to press and tear at the body until the torturer decided that the victim had suffered enough, or until the victim finally gave up their confession. In some cases, the victim would die from the internal injuries, the sheer amount of trauma being too much for the body to handle. The device was not limited to the mouth. In cases where a woman was accused of a crime, the Pear of Anguish could be inserted into the vagina. This version of the device was even more gruesome, as it would not only cause internal injury, but also a level of humiliation that was meant to break the person's will. The pain from the device would be excruciating, and it would expand in a way that damaged vital organs. There was no escape from the device once it was inserted, and the victim would have to endure the torture until it was over, either from death or from the torturer's mercy. The Pear of Anguish was also used in some cases to punish those who were accused of blasphemy, heresy, or witchcraft. These crimes were often considered acts of defiance against the established order, and the torture device was meant to extract confessions or force the accused to repent. The victims were not given a fair trial, and their guilt was often assumed. The torturer would use the Pear of Anguish to break the accused and force them into a confession, which would often be used to justify their execution. This type of torture was not limited to just one region or one type of crime. It was used across Europe during the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance. The device, or variations of it, would be found in dungeons, torture chambers, and even in public squares, where executions often took place. The public nature of these tortures was meant to act as a deterrent. People would witness the immense suffering of the accused, and it would remind them of the power that authorities had over them. The torturer's goal was not just to cause pain, but to break the victim mentally and physically. The Pear of Anguish was a tool designed to inflict maximum suffering. The victim could not fight back. They could only endure. The slow, methodical nature of the device, combined with its horrifying purpose, made it one of the most feared tools of torture during the medieval period. There were other similar devices used at the time, but the Pear of Anguish stood out because of its versatility and its ability to cause a long, drawn-out death. Unlike other forms of torture that might have been over quickly, the Pear of Anguish could cause suffering for hours or even days, depending on how long the torturer chose to prolong the agony. The use of such devices began to wane as society began to move away from torture as a legal method of punishment. Over time, laws changed, and the use of torture in the judicial system became less common. The introduction of more humane methods of punishment and a growing sense of human rights meant that devices like the Pear of Anguish were no longer accepted as legitimate tools of justice. However, the device remains a chilling reminder of the brutality that existed in times when law and order were maintained through terror and suffering. In examining the Pear of Anguish, it's important to understand the mindset of those who used it. The device wasn't just about pain, it was a method of control. The person being tortured was seen not as an individual with rights, but as an object to extract information or to punish. The torturer, who often had little oversight, could use the device to carry out their will with terrifying efficiency. The device was not just a form of punishment, it was a means of control over the accused, stripping them of their humanity and reducing them to a mere object to be manipulated. Though the Pear of Anguish is no longer used today, the stories of its horrifying effects continue to serve as a stark reminder of the extremes to which human beings were once willing to go in the name of justice and control. The device serves as an example of the darkest corners of history, where pain and suffering were wielded as tools of power and fear. The Scold's Bridle was a cruel device used in the past to punish women accused of gossip, witchcraft, or other behaviors considered undesirable by the authorities. This iron mask was designed to be strapped onto the woman's head, enclosing her face in a rigid, painful structure. The purpose of the Scold's Bridle was not just to humiliate, but also to physically silence the woman, preventing her from speaking. It was a tool for both punishment and control, meant to punish women for speaking out of turn or for engaging in behaviors that were seen as threatening to the social order. The device itself was often made from iron and shaped like a cage that fit over the woman's head. It was secured in place with straps around the head and neck, and sometimes it included a metal gag that would fit into the mouth. This gag was designed to press into the mouth, preventing the woman from speaking or even moving her tongue freely. The gag would cause intense discomfort, and in some cases, it could even cause injury to the mouth or tongue. The Scold's Bridle was a tool designed to shut the woman up, literally. Imagine a woman, perhaps accused of gossiping or spreading rumors, being dragged to a public square where the device would be fastened to her. The cold iron of the mask would be clamped tightly around her head, and the gag would be inserted into her mouth. The pain from the gag would be immediate and intense, causing her mouth to feel as though it were being forced open. Her speech would be entirely restricted, making it impossible for her to defend herself or to speak freely. The public nature of the punishment meant that the woman would be exposed to the judgment of the crowd, her suffering on display for all to see. She would be forced to endure the pain, the humiliation, and the silence. This form of punishment was used particularly against women in societies where women were expected to remain quiet and obedient. Women who spoke too much, who were considered to be too outspoken, or who challenged the norms of their communities, were were often seen as dangerous. The Scold's Bridle was a way to enforce these social boundaries and silence women who stepped outside of what was considered acceptable behavior. In some cases, the Scold's Bridle was used on women accused of witchcraft. Witchcraft, often associated with women, was seen as a threat to the church and the state. A woman accused of being a witch was often considered dangerous because she was thought to have power that could harm others. The Scold's Bridle was one of the tools used to punish and control women accused of witchcraft, forcing them to submit to the authority of the church or the state. For these women, the device was a form of public shaming, a way of showing the community that they were being punished for stepping outside the boundaries of acceptable behavior. In many cases, the punishment was not limited to the physical discomfort caused by the device. The woman wearing the Scold's Bridle was often paraded through the streets, subjected to ridicule and mockery from the crowd. This public humiliation was meant to further reinforce the idea that women who broke social norms deserved to be punished. The woman would be made to wear the device for an extended period, sometimes for hours or even days, depending on the severity of the offense. The device was not only a tool for punishing women accused of gossip or witchcraft, but also a tool for reinforcing the power structures in society. In times when religion and the state were intertwined, the Scold's Bridle was used as a way of reminding women of their place in society. Women were expected to be quiet, submissive, and obedient. Speaking out, whether through gossip, criticism, or accusations of witchcraft, was seen as a challenge to the established order. The Scold's Bridle was a way of silencing these women, both physically and socially. While it was often used as a punishment for women, there were cases where men were also subjected to the Scold's Bridle, though these instances were far less common. When men were punished with the device, it was often for offenses like slander or defamation. The difference in the frequency of use between men and women reflected the gender dynamics of the time, where women were disproportionately targeted for behaviors that were considered to be beyond their rightful place. The Scold's Bridle was not a quick or easy form of punishment. It was a tool of prolonged discomfort and public humiliation. The woman wearing the device was often forced to endure it for hours at a time, sometimes while being ridiculed by the crowd. The physical pain was combined with the social pain of being publicly shamed. The woman's words were silenced, her speech muffled by the gag. The message was clear. Women who spoke too much or who were considered troublesome were to be punished and controlled. In some cases, the Scold's Bridle was used as a precursor to more severe forms of punishment. If the woman did not submit or confess, or if her behavior was seen as particularly troublesome, she might be subjected to further torture or even execution. In these cases, the Scold's Bridle was just the beginning of a much more brutal process of punishment. Despite its widespread use, the Scold's Bridle eventually fell out of favor. As society evolved, there was a growing awareness that such punishments were cruel and unjust. The growing acceptance of human rights and the idea that people should not be subjected to unnecessary torture or humiliation led to the decline of devices like the Scold's Bridle. However, the history of the device remains a disturbing example of how women were treated in the past, punished not just for their actions, but for their very existence as outspoken or non-conforming individuals. In examining the Scold's Bridle, it's important to understand the cultural and social context in which it was used. The device was not just about silencing women, it was about maintaining control over them. It was a tool that reinforced the idea that women were meant to be seen and not heard, that they had no right to speak out or challenge the established order. The Scold's Bridle was a physical manifestation of these societal beliefs, a device designed to punish women for behaviors that were deemed inappropriate or rebellious. The Scold's Bridle was one of many tools used throughout history to control and punish women. It was a reminder of how power was wielded to silence those who were seen as threats to the social order. While it may no longer be used today, the history of such devices serves as a stark reminder of the lengths to which society once went to maintain control over women and their voices. The Ducking Stool was a form of punishment used primarily on women especially those accused of witchcraft or other crimes considered unacceptable by the authorities at the time. This device was used to publicly humiliate and physically harm the accused. The practice involved strapping the victim into a chair-like structure, then dunking them into a body of water, often a river or pond, in what was believed to be a test for witchcraft. The ducking stool worked by attaching the accused to a chair that was fastened to a wooden structure. This chair had straps or restraints to hold the victim in place. Once the woman was secured, the chair would be lowered into the water, sometimes several times, to test her. The belief behind this practice was that if the woman was a witch, the water would reject her. If she survived the dunking, it was considered proof that she was guilty of witchcraft. The logic was that water, being pure, would not accept someone guilty of such dark practices. If the woman drowned or showed signs of distress, it was believed to confirm that she was indeed a witch, as her guilt would supposedly prevent her from surviving the test. The entire process of using the ducking stool was both a public spectacle and a brutal form of torture. Imagine a woman, accused of witchcraft or some other perceived wrongdoing, being dragged to the town square or riverbank. She would be strapped into the stool, and the crowd would watch as she was lowered into the water. The dunking itself was not a quick or easy experience. It was a violent, painful event that could leave the victim choking, gasping for air, and in some cases, drowning. Even if she survived the dunking, the woman would suffer from the physical and emotional trauma caused by the experience. The dunking stool was often used in the context of witch trials. In these trials, accusations were made based on little evidence, relying on superstition and fear rather than logic or reason. If a woman was accused of witchcraft, the ducking stool was often used as one of the tests to determine her guilt. These tests were rarely fair or reliable. The entire process was intended not to find the truth, but to punish and humiliate the accused. The victim had little chance of escaping the process with any dignity, whether they were proven innocent or guilty. In the towns and villages where the ducking stool was used, it was a tool for social control. Women who were outspoken, rebellious, or simply didn't conform to societal expectations were often the targets of this punishment. Women accused of gossiping, scolding their husbands, or being perceived as troublesome were frequently brought to the stool. It wasn't just women accused of witchcraft who suffered. The ducking stool became a general tool for punishing any woman who didn't fit the mold of an obedient wife or mother. The idea was to remind women of their place in society and to maintain order through fear and humiliation. The ducking stool was not without its risks. Many victims died from the repeated dunking, as it could easily lead to drowning, especially if the woman was not able to breathe properly after being submerged. The number of times she was dunked could vary, but there were cases where the woman was dunked repeatedly for hours, suffering the harsh conditions of the water while the crowd watched. The ordeal was not just physically harmful, but also mentally devastating. The victim would often be humiliated in front of an audience, stripped of any sense of dignity, and left to endure the physical discomfort and emotional trauma of the experience. In some cases, the ducking stool was used to punish women accused of other offenses, such as theft or slander. These crimes were seen as offenses against the established social order, and the ducking stool became a public reminder of the consequences of stepping out of line. The woman who was dunked was not only subjected to physical punishment, but was also marked for life by the social stigma that accompanied the ordeal. Her reputation would be ruined, and she would be seen as a criminal in the eyes of the community. The ritual itself was a dramatic spectacle. A crowd would often gather around the river or pond to watch the punishment. The accused would be paraded before them, sometimes while being verbally abused by the crowd. When the woman was dunked, she would be submerged in the water, sometimes completely submerged, other times only partially. The dunking would continue until the authorities decided the punishment was complete. It was not uncommon for the accused to be dunked multiple times. The crowd's reaction was often one of mockery and scorn, adding to the emotional toll of the punishment. The victim was humiliated and dehumanized in front of the very people who would, in many cases, have the power to turn her life into a living nightmare. As harsh and cruel as the Ducking Stool was, it was also a form of public spectacle meant to enforce societal norms. The authorities believed that punishing the accused in such a public and visible way would deter others from breaking the rules. Public punishment was a powerful tool used to send a message to the community about the consequences of defying authority or stepping outside of societal expectations. The act of dunking a woman into the water, often accompanied by jeers and taunts, reinforced the idea that those who did not conform to social norms deserved to be punished in a way that made an example of them. The ducking stool was often used in small villages and towns, where communal gatherings were more common, and people knew one another. The presence of the stool served as a reminder that any woman, no matter her social status, could be accused of wrongdoing and subjected to public humiliation. The communal nature of the punishment made it a tool for controlling not just the accused, but also the wider population, keeping them in line through fear of facing a similar fate. Over time, the use of the ducking stool began to decline as society started to move away from public corporal punishment. With the rise of more structured legal systems and the growing recognition of human rights, practices like the ducking stool became less accepted. However, during the time it was in use, it was a powerful and terrifying tool for control, one that symbolized the harshness of the justice system and the ways in which women were often subjected to the worst of it. The ducking stool, like other forms of public punishment, was meant to strike fear into the hearts of those who might consider defying the laws or social norms of the time. It served as both a literal and figurative tool for silencing those who were seen as a threat. Whether it was used against women accused of witchcraft, slander, or disobedience, the message was always the same. The social order was to be maintained at any cost, and those who stepped out of line would face severe consequences. Wheel torture, also known as the breaking wheel, was one of the most brutal forms of execution used during the Middle Ages. This method involved tying the condemned person to a large wheel, often a massive wooden structure, and then smashing or breaking their limbs. The person would then be left on display, sometimes for days, as they suffered through unbearable pain. It was meant to serve as both a punishment and a public spectacle. The breaking wheel was a large, spoked wheel, similar to a cartwheel. The victim would be laid on the ground or sometimes hoisted onto the wheel. Their limbs would be stretched across the wheel's spokes, and they would be secured in place. The torturer would then use a heavy iron hammer or a similar tool to break the victim's limbs, usually starting with the arms and legs. The bones would shatter under the intense force, often causing severe trauma and hemorrhaging. The bones could break into multiple pieces, and in many cases, the victim would feel their limbs twist and deform under the pressure. The pain was excruciating and unrelenting, and there was little chance of survival from the initial injuries. Once the limbs were shattered, the condemned person would be left on the wheel, often in a public area, exposed to the crowd. The torture could last for hours or even days, depending on how long the authorities chose to let it continue. The victim would be left hanging on the wheel, unable to move, with no means of escape from the suffering. The pain from the broken bones, combined with the inability to move, would eventually lead to shock or death. In some cases, the person would die slowly from the internal bleeding or from the shock of the injuries. The idea behind wheel torture was not just to kill, but to make the execution as painful and humiliating as possible. This method was meant to serve as a warning to others, demonstrating the consequences of defying the law. The punishment was public, and the person would be left on the wheel as a display for all to see. The gruesome nature of the torture meant that people who witnessed it were supposed to be reminded of the power of the state or the ruling authority. It was a tool of control, using extreme violence to instill fear in the population. For the person who was condemned, the breaking wheel was a nightmare that could last for a long time. Once the limbs were broken, the victim would often be left in a state of half-consciousness, struggling to breathe or move. The pain was so intense that many victims would lose the ability to speak or even scream. The body, unable to move or escape, would go into shock as the trauma set in. In some cases, the victim might remain alive for hours or even days on the wheel, suffering in agony before death finally came. The method of execution was particularly horrific because of the public display. The condemned person was often placed in a square or marketplace where crowds could gather to watch the spectacle. The idea was to make the punishment so extreme that others would be deterred from committing similar crimes. The victim's pain and suffering would be on display for all to see, ensuring that the punishment left a lasting impression. This public humiliation was as much a part of the punishment as the physical torture itself. In some instances, the victim was not killed immediately, but was left to die slowly. The breaking of the limbs was only the first part of the ordeal. Once the bones were shattered, the victim would be left hanging on the wheel, unable to move or escape. The body's inability to move would lead to further complications, such as suffocation or dehydration. The longer the victim remained on the wheel, the more likely it was that death would come from the internal injuries, blood loss, or shock. The process could take days, leaving the condemned person to endure prolonged suffering before their life finally ended. There were instances where the victim's death was hastened by the authorities. In these cases, the torturers would ensure that the victim was executed more quickly, either through a fatal blow to the head or by stabbing them in the chest. However, this was not always the case, and in many instances, the victim would be left to die slowly on the wheel, their body exposed for all to see. The breaking wheel was used for various crimes, especially those considered particularly heinous. Murderers, traitors, and those who rebelled against the state were common targets for this form of punishment. It was not used for small crimes, but rather for those offenses that the authorities wanted to make an example of. The idea was that by making the punishment so severe, it would serve as a deterrent to others, showing them the extreme consequences of breaking the law. The process of the breaking wheel also carried a symbolic meaning. It was a way of showing that the state had absolute power over the individual, and that no one was exempt from its authority. The victim, who was once a person with rights and autonomy, was now reduced to a broken, suffering body, left to die at the hands of the state. The wheel itself symbolized this power, as the victim's body was twisted and contorted, much like a machine in the hands of the authorities. While the breaking wheel was used for executions, it was also used for torture before death. Victims who were not executed immediately might be kept on the wheel, their bodies broken and their limbs shattered for days before being put to death. In some cases, the authorities would use the wheel as a form of punishment to extract confessions from prisoners. The torture would continue until the victim gave up the information the authorities wanted, or until the victim could no longer endure the pain. The horror of the breaking wheel was that it offered no hope for the victim. There was no escape from the pain, no mercy from the authorities. The victim could not move, could not speak, and in many cases would be left to suffer for an extended period before dying. The prolonged suffering was the point of the punishment. Death was not the immediate goal. Instead, the authorities aimed to make the victim's death as painful and prolonged as possible. The breaking wheel was not a quick end, but a slow, agonizing process designed to break both the body and the spirit. The breaking wheel served as a reminder of the brutality of the past, where punishments were designed to inflict maximum pain and suffering. It was not just a method of execution, but a tool for instilling fear in the public. By displaying the broken bodies of the condemned, the authorities hoped to maintain control and show that disobedience or rebellion would not be tolerated. The wheel was a symbol of power, cruelty, and terror, used to break the will of anyone who dared to challenge the law. In times of famine, even the smallest crimes could lead to death. Stealing a loaf of bread, for example, was often punished with hanging. In desperate times when food was scarce, people became willing to do anything to survive. A simple act of theft, driven by hunger, could end with a person's life. Imagine a small village where the harvest has failed and the people are struggling to survive. The streets are filled with hungry families, and the food supply has dwindled to nearly nothing. In this environment, stealing food might seem like a desperate but necessary act. A man or woman seeing a loaf of bread unattended in a market stall or inside a bakery might take it, knowing that without it they may starve. But in this harsh world, the punishment for such an act was severe. A crime like stealing bread, no matter the reason, was often met with a public hanging. The authorities, in their effort to maintain order during these times of crisis, used harsh punishments to deter theft. In their eyes, stealing, even for food, was a crime that could not be tolerated. They believed that if people were allowed to steal without consequence, society would descend into chaos. As a result, laws were strict, and the punishment for theft could be extreme. A person caught stealing food might be arrested and brought before a judge, who had little room for leniency. The law demanded punishment, and often, the punishment was hanging. The choice to hang someone for a small theft was not just about enforcing the law. It was also about sending a message. The authorities wanted to show that even in times of hardship, order must be maintained. They believed that if they showed no tolerance for even the smallest crime, others would think twice before stealing. But for the person accused of theft, the consequences were dire. In many cases, the punishment for a small theft like stealing bread was death by hanging, a public spectacle meant to frighten the community into compliance. Picture the scene. A hungry man, desperate and weak from the effects of famine, takes a loaf of bread from a vendor. Perhaps he sees no other way to feed his children, or perhaps he feels his own survival is at risk. But when he is caught, there is no understanding, no mercy. The law is clear, and the punishment is brutal. He is quickly arrested and brought before a judge. The trial, if there even is one, is swift. The judge has little patience for explanations or excuses. The man is guilty, and the law demands he be hanged. The community watches as the condemned person is led to the gallows, where they are publicly executed. The hanging serves as both punishment and a lesson for others. In many cases, the victim of such an execution was not a hardened criminal, but someone caught in an impossible situation. The thief may have been a parent trying to feed their children, or someone who had lost everything in the famine. But in the eyes of the authorities, the act of stealing was a crime that needed to be punished, regardless of the circumstances. The law made no allowances for hunger or desperation. If you were caught stealing, you would face the consequences, no matter how small the theft. This type of harsh justice was common in times of crisis. During famines, the social order was under pressure. People were desperate for food, and hunger often led them to take desperate measures. But the authorities, who were focused on maintaining control, saw such acts as a threat to the stability of society. They feared that if people were allowed to steal without punishment, it would lead to more crime and even greater disorder. As a result, they imposed severe punishments to make an example of those who stole, no matter how small the theft. The message was clear: steal, and you would pay with your life. Imagine being one of the villagers who witnessed the hanging. The sight of a man, or even a woman, swinging from the gallows would have been a terrifying reminder of the consequences of stealing. It wasn't just the thief who suffered, it was the entire community that felt the weight of the punishment. The hanging was a public event, often witnessed by everyone in the town or village. It was meant to be a warning to others, a way of reinforcing the authority of the law. The community would see the punishment carried out, and they would know that no one, not even someone desperate for food, was exempt from the law. For the families of those who were hanged for theft, the consequences were even more severe. Not only did they lose a loved one, but they also faced the stigma of having someone in their family branded a criminal. The children of those who were executed might face discrimination or be looked down upon by the rest of the community. In a time of scarcity, when survival was a struggle for many, losing a family member to such a harsh punishment could make life even harder for those left behind. In many cases, those accused of stealing food were not given a chance to explain themselves or to plead for mercy. The law was focused on maintaining order, not on understanding the motives behind the theft. If someone was caught stealing, they were presumed guilty, and the punishment followed swiftly. The idea of leniency was foreign in these times. The authorities believed that any mercy shown would undermine the rule of law and the control that the state had over its people. While the punishment for stealing bread may seem extreme today, it was seen as necessary during times of famine. The authorities believed that the social order could only be maintained through harsh punishment. But for the individuals who were caught in these situations, the consequences were tragic. The thief who stole to survive was treated as a criminal, sentenced to death for an act that many would see as a simple survival instinct. The harshness of the punishment highlighted the desperation of the times and the difficulty of surviving in a world where hunger could drive even the most law-abiding citizens to steal. As time passed, attitudes toward justice began to change. The idea that small thefts like stealing food should be punished by death started to seem cruel and out of touch with the realities of life in famine. However, during the worst of the famines, the law was uncompromising. The authorities were more concerned with maintaining control and order than with understanding the human cost of their actions. In a world where food was scarce, even the smallest theft could lead to death, and the public hangings were reminders of the harshness of survival in times of crisis. During the height of the witch trials, the presence of a mark on a person's body, whether a mole, freckle, or birthmark, was often considered proof that they had made a pact with the devil. These so-called devil's marks were seen as signs that the person had been marked by Satan himself. The belief was that witches, those accused of consorting with the devil, could bear marks that would make them stand out, allowing authorities to identify them easily. However, in reality, any natural blemish on the skin could be twisted into evidence of witchcraft. Imagine a woman living in a small village during the height of the witch hunts. She might have a mole on her arm or a few freckles on her face. These marks, though completely normal, could soon become the center of suspicion. Someone in the village might notice them and whisper that such marks could only be a sign of the devil's influence. A woman who had been outspoken or who didn't fit the expected role in society might become an easy target. The presence of these marks would be enough to label her as a witch, leading to her arrest and trial. The process of accusing someone of being a witch based on these marks often involved a search. Authorities or inquisitors would perform a thorough examination of the accused's body, looking for any blemish that could be seen as proof of a pact with the devil. These marks were believed to be a physical sign that the person had entered into a supernatural contract, giving them power in exchange for their soul. If a mark was found, the person was immediately considered suspicious and often subjected to further scrutiny. In some cases, the marks were even pricked or cut to see if they would bleed, as it was believed that a witch's mark wouldn't bleed like normal flesh. Take the case of a woman who had a small mole on her neck. The mole was nothing more than a harmless growth of skin, but in a society rife with superstition and fear of the devil, it could be interpreted as something much darker. The woman might have been accused of witchcraft by a neighbor or relative, and the authorities would have conducted an examination. If the mole was discovered, it could be used as evidence of her connection to the devil. The belief was that the devil would mark his followers with a mark that could not be seen by the naked eye, only by those who had knowledge of witchcraft. Once the mark was found, the woman's fate was sealed, and she would often be subjected to torture to extract a confession. For the accused, this process was not just humiliating, but deadly. The search for devil's marks was invasive and cruel. A person might be stripped naked, their body probed and examined for any blemishes that could be considered suspicious. If the person was found to have any marks that could be interpreted as the devil's work, they were immediately assumed to be guilty of witchcraft. The accuser, usually a person in the community who had a personal grudge or fear, might point out a mole or freckle and claim it was a mark from the devil. From there, the trial would begin, and the person would be at the mercy of the authorities. The idea behind the devil's mark was rooted in deep superstition. People believed that witches had made a pact with the devil in exchange for special powers. These powers, it was said, could allow witches to cause harm to others, such as inflicting illness or death. The devil's mark was thought to be a physical manifestation of this pact. It was believed that the devil would leave a mark on the witch's body as a sign of their bond. This mark could take any form, from a mole to a scar or even an odd growth. The presence of such marks was enough to label someone as a witch, and once that label was attached, the person was often doomed. In some cases, the search for marks could become a public event. If someone was suspected of witchcraft, the authorities might call for a public examination. People would gather to watch as the accused was stripped of their clothes and their body searched for any sign of a mark. In these situations, the search could be invasive and humiliating, adding to the psychological torment of the accused. The more marks the person had, the stronger the evidence of their guilt would be perceived. Even a harmless freckle or a blemish could be twisted into proof of witchcraft. Imagine a young woman who had a small dark mole on her cheek. She lived in a town where fear of witches was rampant, and rumors had begun to circulate about her strange behavior. Maybe she was quiet, or perhaps she had a disagreement with someone in the village. For whatever reason, she was accused of witchcraft. During the trial, an official would inspect her body for any marks. When the mole on her cheek was found, the accuser would claim that it was the devil's mark, a sure sign that the woman had made a pact with Satan. The young woman's life would be in danger from that moment on, as the presence of a simple mole could lead to her execution. In these trials, the line between reality and superstition became dangerously blurred. People who were already marginalized or different in some way were especially vulnerable. A woman who was old, poor, or lived alone might be seen as suspicious. A minor physical abnormality, like a mole or a freckle, could easily be misinterpreted as proof of witchcraft. This fear of the devil's mark led to many innocent people being convicted and executed. The very thing that made them different or unusual in the eyes of their accusers became the reason for their death. These witch trials were not just about finding witches, but about maintaining control over the community. They were a way for society to enforce conformity. Those who did not fit into the accepted norms were seen as a threat. The accusation of witchcraft, based on something as simple as a mole or freckle, served to isolate and punish anyone who was considered out of place. The search for devil's marks became a tool for the authorities to root out those who were perceived as dangerous, even if they had committed no crime. During the witch trials, those accused of having devil's marks often faced unimaginable horrors. If they were not immediately executed, they were tortured to forced confessions. The authorities believed that the marks proved guilt, but in reality, the marks were meaningless. They were simply physical features that could be found on any person. However, in a time of fear and superstition, they became the focal point of a witch's trial. The real danger for the accused was not the marks themselves, but the way society interpreted them. Once someone was labeled a witch, there was little chance of escape from the inevitable consequences of that label. Execution by impalement was one of the most gruesome methods of punishment used in the past. The victim would be pierced through the body, often with a long, sharp stake, and left upright to die slowly. It was a form of execution designed to cause extreme pain and suffering over a long period. The method itself was brutal, and the victim's death was often drawn out for hours or even days. Imagine a man convicted of a serious crime such as treason or murder. He is led to a public square where a tall, sharp stake stands in the center. The authorities, determined to make an example of him, force him onto the stake. The sharp end is driven into his body, often starting from the rectum or the lower part of the body, and pushed through to exit out the chest or even the mouth. The victim's body is impaled and he is left standing upright. The pain would be excruciating as the stake pierced through organs, muscles, and bone, causing immense damage. The victim would be unable to move, and the weight of their own body would make it even harder to escape the suffering. The slow nature of this execution made it particularly horrifying. Unlike methods that resulted in a quick death, such as hanging or beheading, impalement was drawn out. The victim would often remain alive, stuck on the stake, for hours or even days. They could not escape, could not fight back, and would slowly die from the injuries, blood loss, or shock. The pain was constant, and the victim could do nothing but wait for death to come. This method was meant to be not only a punishment, but also a warning to others. It was a public execution, meant to instill fear in the population and demonstrate the consequences of defying authority. During the time when impalement was used, the authorities would often display the bodies of the executed as a way to reinforce the power of the law. The victim's body, stuck upright on the stake, would be left on display for everyone to see. The sight of the impaled body was meant to be a reminder of the price of breaking the law. It was a gruesome and terrifying image that would stay with those who witnessed it. The victim's suffering was meant to show others the consequences of their actions, acting as both punishment and deterrent. In some cases, the victim might not die from the impalement itself, but from the exposure to the elements or from being left out in the open for too long. Dehydration, infection, and the inability to move made survival unlikely. The person might slowly fade from shock or exhaustion. The longer the body remained impaled, the more the victim's suffering was drawn out. It was not just the piercing of the body that caused the pain, but also the helplessness of the situation. The victim would be stuck in place, unable to escape or die quickly. In medieval times, impalement was sometimes reserved for people who had committed serious crimes, such as treason, murder, or rebellion. The authorities saw it as an appropriate way to punish those who threatened the stability of the state. Impalement was also used as a form of public humiliation. The victim would often be left for the public to see, their bodies stuck on a stake, exposed for all to witness. This public display of suffering was meant to show the power of the law and deter others from following the same path. The public nature of the execution made it even more horrifying. People would watch as the victim's body slowly died, their life drained away in a drawn-out and painful manner. This method of execution was not limited to just one region or time period. Different cultures used impalement as a form of punishment, often for different reasons. In some cases, it was used to punish enemies of the state or political rivals. In others, it was used to punish criminals or to frighten those who might consider committing serious crimes. In the Ottoman Empire, for example, impalement was used for a variety of offenses, including treason, murder, and rebellion. The victim would be publicly impaled, sometimes on a large wooden stake, and left to die in front of the people. The method of impalement was terrifying in part because it left no chance for escape. Once the victim was impaled, there was no way to remove themselves from the situation. The pain of the impalement, combined with the victim's helplessness, made the experience one of the most painful and horrific forms of execution. The process of impalement was not quick, and the suffering lasted much longer than many other forms of execution. Unlike methods like hanging, where death could come quickly, or beheading, which was usually a swift execution, impalement offered no mercy. For those who were impaled, the experience was one of unimaginable pain and helplessness. The sharpness of the stake would tear through their body, causing severe damage to internal organs and muscle tissue. As the victim's body was hoisted up, the stake would continue to pierce through, often going through vital organs like the lungs or the heart. Blood would flow freely from the body, and the victim would be left stuck in place, slowly bleeding to death. The pain would be relentless, and the victim would be left to endure it for as long as they were able. Impalement was not a quick death, and it was designed to make the victim suffer as much as possible. It was a tool for terror, used to maintain order by making an example out of those who broke the law. The victim's slow and painful death was meant to be a lesson for the public, showing them the consequences of disobeying the authorities. It was not just a punishment, it was a message, a warning that defying the law would result in a death so painful and drawn out that it could not be forgotten. The impaled body, left for all to see, became a symbol of the power of the authorities and the brutality they were willing to use to maintain control. For the victim, the experience of being impaled was one of suffering, helplessness, and fear. The pain from the impalement, the inability to move or escape, and the slow nature of the death made it one of the most terrifying forms of punishment ever devised. The victim's suffering lasted far longer than many other forms of execution, and the public nature of the punishment ensured that everyone who witnessed it understood the cost of breaking the law. Impalement was a gruesome reminder of how far authorities were willing to go to maintain power and control. It was a punishment designed not only to end a life, but to break the spirit and send a lasting, terrifying message. The Judas Cradle was a device used for torture during the medieval period. It was a pyramid-shaped seat designed to cause extreme pain and humiliation. The victim was lowered onto the point of the pyramid, which would pierce their body, often causing severe injury to sensitive areas like the anus or genitals. The method of execution or torture was not meant to be quick, but was instead drawn out, making the victim suffer for an extended period. The device itself was simple in construction, but brutal in its effect. Imagine a person being accused of a crime, possibly a serious one like heresy or treason, and brought before their captors. They are led to a small, dark chamber where the Judas Cradle awaits. The device, a sharp pyramid, stands in the middle of the room. The victim's hands are tied, and they are forced onto ropes. Slowly, they are lowered onto the pyramid. As they descend, they can feel the sharp point coming closer to their body. The pain is excruciating as the point enters, tearing into the body. The victim might scream, but the torture has just begun. They are forced to remain on the seat, the pressure from the pyramid keeping them in place. Their body is pressed down on the point, causing immense internal damage. The slow, methodical nature of this process made it one of the most torturous experiences a person could face. The victim would often be left on the Judas Cradle for hours or days, depending on how long the torturers wanted to prolong the suffering. The sharpness of the pyramid would cause deep internal wounds, and the person's weight would make it even worse. As the victim was forced to sit, the pressure of their own body on the pyramid would cause intense pain. The longer they remained on the device, the more damage would be done. In some cases, the person would be left in such a position until they either confessed or died from the pain and injury. The use of the Judas Cradle was not limited to those accused of serious crimes. In some cases, it was used as a punishment for smaller offenses, a way of demonstrating power and control over the accused. Those who were seen as rebellious, disobedient, or enemies of the state were often subjected to this kind of torture. The idea behind the Judas Cradle was not just to extract confessions, but to break the spirit of the victim. The victim would be forced to endure an ordeal that seemed to have no end, and that sense of helplessness would often lead to a broken mind long before the body finally gave out. The process of lowering someone onto the Judas Cradle was slow, deliberate, and horrifying. The victim had no choice but to wait in terror as they were lowered closer to the pyramid. Each moment was filled with the expectation of the pain that would soon follow. As the victim finally reached the point, their body would be pierced. The victim would then be stuck in place, unable to move or escape the agony. The shape of the pyramid made it difficult for the person to avoid the pain, and even the smallest movement would cause more suffering. The person could not escape the device, could not change their position, and was forced to remain in a state of constant pain until the torturer decided to end it. The Judas Cradle was used not only to punish, but also to humiliate. In some cases, the victim would be exposed to public view while they suffered on the device. The crowd would watch as the victim endured the slow, painful process. The public display of suffering was meant to show everyone the consequences of breaking the law or defying authority. It was a way to break both the body and the spirit, using the victim's humiliation to serve as a warning to others. Imagine a person who had been accused of witchcraft, a crime that was often used as an excuse for punishment. The accuser might have been a neighbor, a rival, or someone who wanted to get rid of the accused. The victim would be brought before a tribunal, and after a quick trial, they might be sentenced to the Judas Cradle. The torturers would strip them of their dignity, bind their hands, and lower them onto the sharp pyramid. The physical pain would be excruciating, but the emotional pain of being publicly humiliated would be just as severe. The victim would be stuck, forced to suffer as the crowd watched, sometimes for hours or even days. The Judas Cradle wasn't just about pain, it was about control and intimidation. The device was effective because it caused immense suffering without the need for a quick death. While other forms of torture might kill a person quickly, the Judas Cradle allowed the torturers to make their victims suffer for as long as they wanted. The victim's body would slowly break down under the pressure, and eventually the person might succumb to shock, blood loss, or organ failure. The slow nature of the death made the process especially terrifying for those who faced it. There was no way to escape, no way to end the pain. The torture went on for as long as the torturer decided it should. In some cases, the victim would eventually confess to whatever crime they had been accused of, simply to end the torment. The Judas Cradle was often used to force confessions, and the pain of sitting on the pyramid was sometimes enough to break even the most resilient minds. The authorities would know that the person had confessed, not because they were guilty, but because they could no longer endure the pain. The device was not designed to find truth. It was designed to force compliance, to break the will of the accused, and to make them submit to the authority. The Judas Cradle was not just a method of punishment. It was a symbol of the power the authorities had over those they sought to control. It was a tool to extract confessions, to punish, and to humiliate. The victim's body would be pierced, and they would remain stuck on the pyramid, unable to move, unable to escape. Their suffering would go on for as long as the torturer decided. The slow, drawn-out nature of the process made the Judas Cradle one of the most terrifying and painful methods of torture used during the medieval period. In the end, the Judas Cradle was more than just a way of inflicting pain. It was a way of sending a message. It was a message of control, of power, and of the consequences of defying the authorities. The victim's pain, humiliation, and suffering would serve as a reminder to others of the price they would pay for disobedience. It was a device designed to break both the body and the spirit, ensuring that the victim would never forget the consequences of their actions. In times when the church held significant power, speaking against it or the Bible could lead to execution. Blasphemy was considered one of the gravest offenses, and those accused of speaking ill of God, the church, or sacred texts often faced harsh consequences. Two common punishments for blasphemy were burning at the stake or hanging. These methods were not quick deaths, but rather drawn-out, painful executions meant to serve as both punishment and a warning. Imagine a man or woman living in a small village during a time when the church was the center of authority. They may have questioned the church's teachings or openly criticized its practices. This was a dangerous act, as any dissent against the church was seen as a direct challenge to God's authority. If someone in the community heard the criticism and reported it, the accused could be arrested and brought before the church authorities for trial. The punishment for blasphemy, if the person was found guilty, was severe, often resulting in execution. In some cases, the accused would be burned at the stake. This was a particularly horrific method of execution, meant not only to kill, but also to humiliate the person in their final moments. The accused would be tied to a wooden post, and a pile of wood would be stacked around them. As the flames were lit, the fire would slowly engulf the person, burning them alive. The pain would be intense as the fire consumed their flesh, and the victim would struggle in vain to escape. The flames would first burn the skin, then reach deeper into the body, scorching organs and bones. The person would be left to die slowly in front of a watching crowd. The execution was public, designed to act as a reminder to everyone of the consequences of speaking against the church or questioning its authority. For some, the terror of being burned alive was enough to silence them. The fear of being put to death in such a brutal way might force people to recant their words and beg for forgiveness. However, the fear of death did not always save the accused. Even those who confessed and repented were not always spared from the flames. Once the charge of blasphemy was made, it was often seen as final, and no amount of remorse could undo the offense. In other cases, those accused of blasphemy were hanged. Hanging was another form of execution used for a variety of crimes, including blasphemy. The accused would be led to the gallows, where a noose would be placed around their neck. The trapdoor would then be opened, and the victim would drop. The fall would often break the neck, leading to death, but in some cases, the person might struggle for a few moments before succumbing to asphyxiation. While hanging was slightly less painful than burning, it still represented a public execution, with the condemned person dying in full view of a crowd. The victim might be left to hang for hours before their body was taken down, adding further to the humiliation. The punishment for blasphemy was not just a way to deal with individual offenders. It was meant to set an example for the rest of society. The authorities understood that the church's power rested on unquestioned faith and obedience. Blasphemy was seen as a direct threat to that power, and those who spoke against the church were considered dangerous. By making such punishments public, the authorities aimed to strike fear into the hearts of the people, ensuring that no one would dare to challenge the church's teachings. Consider a scenario in which a man, perhaps a scholar or a preacher, speaks out against a particular interpretation of the Bible or criticizes the actions of the clergy. Such an act would be seen as blasphemy, a dangerous challenge to the established order. The authorities would quickly arrest him and bring him to trial. The trial would likely be swift, with little regard for his defense. If the court found him guilty, the punishment would be severe and public. Whether it was burning at the stake or hanging, the man's life would be taken as an example to show that speaking out against the church would not be tolerated. Blasphemy trials were often based on vague accusations, and the definition of what constituted blasphemy was broad. Anyone who spoke out against the church's teachings, its leaders, or its interpretation of the Bible could be accused. In some cases, the accusations were based on personal grudges, with someone using the charge of blasphemy to settle a dispute. The victim had little chance of escaping punishment, especially if they had no powerful allies or defenders. The use of burning at the stake or hanging for blasphemy was also tied to the church's desire to maintain control over the moral and spiritual life of the population. The church held the power to define what was right and wrong, and questioning that authority was seen as a dangerous act. The punishment was designed not only to eliminate the offender, but also to make an example of them. The victim's death was not a private matter, but a public event, meant to show others the consequences of stepping outside the bounds of accepted religious belief. In some instances, blasphemy trials were more about political power than actual belief. Those who challenged the church's authority, either through speech or action, were often seen as threats to the established order. The execution of these individuals was a way of reinforcing the church's dominance over both the spiritual and temporal affairs of society. The authorities used the power of execution to keep the population in line, ensuring that no one dared to question the doctrines of the church. While burning at the stake and hanging were the most common forms of execution for blasphemy, there were other forms of punishment as well. In some cases, the accused might be tortured to extract a confession before being executed. The purpose of this torture was not just to force a confession, but to show others the price of defying the church. The victim would be subjected to extreme pain, often for hours or days until they confessed to their alleged crime. This confession, whether truthful or coerced, would then be used as evidence to justify the execution. The church, in this sense, used torture as both a tool for extracting information and a means of reinforcing its authority over the population. In times of crisis, when the church's power was particularly threatened by new ideas or movements, the punishment for blasphemy became even more severe. Religious reformers and thinkers who questioned the traditional interpretations of the Bible were often condemned as heretics. Their ideas were seen as dangerous because they undermined the church's control over the minds and souls of the people. The authorities, therefore, sought to eliminate these threats through public executions, sending a clear message that challenging the church's teachings would not be tolerated. For those who were caught in the web of blasphemy accusations, the outcome was often inevitable. The trial was a formality, and the punishment was predetermined. Whether it was burning or hanging, the condemned person was not just paying the price for their words. They were paying for challenging an institution that held immense power over every aspect of life. Their deaths were meant to remind everyone of the cost of defying the church and to reinforce the authority of those who held the power to interpret God's will. Execution by starvation in a cage was one of the most cruel and drawn-out forms of punishment used in certain parts of the world. The condemned person was placed in a small, open cage, often hung in a public place. There, they were left to die slowly, without food or water. The process could take days, and the victim would suffer both from hunger and exposure to the elements. The purpose of this brutal execution was not just to kill the accused, but to make an example of them, turning their slow death into a public spectacle and a warning to others. Imagine a person who has been sentenced to die for a crime, perhaps theft, rebellion, or something else deemed unforgivable by the authorities. They are placed in a cage, which is then hoisted up in a visible spot, such as a town square or along a busy street. The cage is small, just big enough to hold the victim upright, forcing them to remain in a cramped, uncomfortable position. With no food or water, the person begins to starve. Over time, their body becomes weaker, and they grow weaker with each passing hour. Hunger sets in, and the victim can feel their strength draining away. They may call for help or cry out in desperation, but the crowd that gathers to watch is powerless to intervene. The cage serves as both a prison and a form of torture. The victim cannot move or escape, leaving them completely exposed to the weather. On hot days, they may be subjected to the harsh sun, while cold, wet nights add further suffering. The lack of food and water causes extreme discomfort. The body's need for sustenance becomes unbearable, and each moment of hunger feels like an eternity. The victim, trapped in the cage, slowly loses the will to fight for survival. The lack of any assistance, the inability to escape, and the knowledge that death is inevitable make the suffering even more profound. The cage was often placed in a public space to ensure that as many people as possible would witness the victim's slow demise. This was not just an execution. It was a public display of punishment meant to instill fear in the community. As the condemned person weakened and eventually passed away, their body became a stark reminder of the consequences of breaking the law. People would see the victim's suffering and know that this was the price they would pay if they committed a similar offense. The longer the death took, the greater the impact it had on those who watched. The sight of a human being dying slowly, their body wasted away by hunger and thirst, was meant to strike terror into the hearts of others. As the days passed, the victim's condition would deteriorate. Their skin would become pale, their eyes hollow, and their body frail. Starvation causes the body to break down, and in the final stages, the victim may become delirious or unconscious. The mental anguish from the slow death would compound the physical suffering. It wasn't just about dying, it was about dying slowly and publicly, without any chance of reprieve. The body would waste away until finally, death took over. By the time the person passed, their death would have been observed by many, and the message would be clear. Disobedience would be met with extreme consequences. For the authorities, the act of hanging the cage in a public area was an important part of the execution. It wasn't enough for the victim to simply die. What mattered was that the community saw what happened when someone broke the law. This kind of execution was not private. It was meant to be seen by as many people as possible. The crowd would watch as the victims suffered, and in doing so, they were meant to understand the severity of the punishment for defying the law. The victim became an object lesson, a warning to everyone who might think about committing a similar crime. The cage itself added to the torment. It was often made of iron or some other material that could trap the person inside. They would be forced to remain standing or sitting in a small, uncomfortable space, unable to lie down or find any comfort. The lack of mobility meant that the victim couldn't attempt to relieve any of their suffering. They were completely at the mercy of their situation. As the days wore on, the body would become frailer, and the victim's mind might begin to break as well. The isolation, the physical discomfort, and the knowledge that death was inevitable created a mental strain that only added to the agony. The public nature of this form of execution made it especially humiliating. The victim, who was likely already facing the shame of their crime, would now be subjected to further degradation. The slow process of dying in a cage surrounded by a crowd of people stripped away any remaining dignity. The victim would be left to suffer, with their final moments observed by others. This was not just a form of death, it was a form of public shaming, designed to break the victim in body and spirit. The slow death of starvation in a cage also had the effect of prolonging the punishment. Unlike a quick execution, where death came swiftly, This form of punishment allowed the victim to suffer for an extended period. Days of hunger and thirst would drain the body and mind. The victim would endure not only physical pain, but also emotional anguish, knowing that death was coming but unable to escape it. The slow, inevitable end made the execution more excruciating. It wasn't just the body breaking down, it was the victim's will to survive being slowly eroded. As the victim's condition worsened, the suffering became unbearable. Their skin might begin to crack and peel due to dehydration. Their body would begin to shut down, and the victim would lose the ability to move or speak. The slow, agonizing death by starvation was a form of punishment that left the victim helpless, trapped in their own body, unable to do anything to stop the pain. The authorities would allow this suffering to continue for as long as possible, letting the body slowly waste away until the victim finally succumbed to death. This method of execution was as much about control as it was about punishment. The authorities used starvation in a cage as a way to assert their power over the condemned. The victim's suffering became a spectacle for the community, reinforcing the idea that those who broke the law would be subjected to the harshest of punishments. The slow death served to show everyone the consequences of disobedience. It was not just the physical death of the victim that mattered. It was the public reminder of the price of crime. Post-mortem execution was a horrific practice where the bodies of the dead were dug up and subjected to brutal treatment. These actions were meant to punish the deceased, often to deny them peace in the afterlife. The idea behind this form of execution was rooted in fear and superstition, where authorities believed that the dead could still influence the living. The practice involved exhuming the corpse, burning it, or mutilating it, sometimes to prevent the person from returning from the grave as a revenant or a supernatural being. The execution was not about finalizing the punishment. It was about ensuring that the individual's soul would not rest in peace. Imagine a person who had been executed for a serious crime, perhaps treason or witchcraft, being buried after their death. Their body is placed in the ground, and the grave is marked. But this is not the end. If the person's actions in life were seen as particularly dangerous or threatening, the authorities might decide that further action was necessary, even after death. The grave would be dug up and the corpse would be exhumed, often in the dead of night. The body, now lifeless, was not left to rest. Instead, it would be subjected to a post-mortem execution designed to ensure the person could never return to haunt the living. In many cases, the body would be burned. The authorities believed that burning the body would destroy the person's soul and prevent it from rising again. They saw the burning as a final measure, a way to ensure that the criminal's influence on the world was ended. The body, already dead, would be placed on a pyre and set alight, burning until nothing was left but ash. This act was meant to be symbolic, ensuring that the soul of the deceased could not escape the flames or find peace in the afterlife. The idea was that by destroying the body completely, the person could no longer return to cause harm to the living. In other cases, the body might be mutilated instead of burned. The authorities, fearing that the person could rise from the grave as a vampire or revenant, would take steps to ensure the body could not return to life. The corpse might be decapitated, its heart pierced with a stake, or its limbs severed. These actions were meant to prevent the body from coming back to life, as it was believed that such mutilations would stop any supernatural force that might be at work. The corpse would be desecrated in such a way that there would be no chance of the spirit returning. It wasn't just the body that was disrespected. It was the very idea of the person's soul finding peace. The mutilations were a form of further punishment, meant to ensure that the person's legacy would be one of terror and unrest, not rest and remembrance. For the families of the deceased, the post-mortem execution was a terrible ordeal. The loved ones of the accused would see their family member's body dug up, mutilated, or burned, and their memory dishonored. If the person had been executed for a crime, their family had already suffered the loss of the individual, but this additional punishment was meant to ensure that the person's name and reputation would be destroyed. The person was not allowed to rest in peace, and their death would be marked not only by the original execution, but by the brutal treatment of their corpse. The actions taken after death served to reinforce the social order and demonstrate the power of the authorities over both the living and the dead. In some cases, this practice was tied to the belief in the supernatural. People in the past were often terrified of the idea that the dead could return to life in some form. Whether it was a fear of vampires, ghosts, or revenants, the belief that the soul of the deceased could rise again was a powerful motivator. If a person had been accused of witchcraft or seen as a threat, it was believed that their death might not be the end. The authorities used post-mortem execution to eliminate this possibility. They would go to great lengths to ensure that the body could not come back to life, subjecting it to rituals and mutilations designed to stop any supernatural force from taking hold. Imagine a scenario where a person is accused of witchcraft and executed. After their death, strange events might occur in the village. People might claim to see the person's spirit, or there might be reports of sickness or strange happenings that were blamed on the deceased. This fear could lead to the authorities deciding to perform a post-mortem execution. The body would be dug up and the mutilations would begin. The head might be severed and a stake driven through the heart. These actions would be performed to eliminate any chance of the person returning. The community would be forced to watch as the body was desecrated, and the sense of fear and superstition would be heightened. The execution of the corpse was not just a form of punishment for the person. It was a way to protect the living from what was seen as a threat beyond death. In some cases, this practice of post-mortem execution was carried out in public. The body might be displayed for all to see, and the crowd would witness the brutal mutilations. This public display was meant to send a message. Those who defied the laws, who engaged in what was seen as dangerous behavior, would not be allowed to rest in peace. Their name and their legacy would be wiped out, and they would be subjected to further punishment even after death. The community would watch as the authorities performed the mutilations, and the message would be clear. The dead, once they had been executed, would not be allowed to escape justice. Their influence was to be destroyed, and their soul was to be kept from disturbing the living. The post-mortem execution was often tied to ideas of punishment beyond death. For the authorities, it was not enough for the person to simply be executed. They wanted to ensure that no legacy of rebellion or defiance would remain. The corpse of the deceased became a symbol of punishment, and the treatment of it was meant to reinforce the power of the authorities. The physical destruction of the body was a way of demonstrating control, ensuring that even in death, the person's actions would not continue to have an effect on the world. The body, once a vessel for a person's life, was now treated as an object to be destroyed, its very existence erased. This form of execution was not reserved for just any offense. The severity of post-mortem punishment was often reserved for those accused of the most serious crimes: treason, witchcraft, or offenses against the church. Those who were accused of threatening the established order were seen as so dangerous that their very bodies had to be destroyed. The authorities believed that by digging up the corpse and mutilating it, they were ensuring that the person would not have any influence after death. Whether it was fear of the supernatural or a desire for ultimate control, post-mortem execution was meant to sever the connection between the person and the world they once inhabited. Even in death, the person's power was seen as something to be controlled, eliminated, and destroyed. Trial by sacred bread was a method used during medieval times to determine guilt or innocence in certain cases. The accused person would be given a piece of holy bread, often consecrated by the church, and told to eat it. If the person choked or had trouble swallowing, they were considered guilty. If they managed to eat it without difficulty, they were deemed innocent. The idea behind this bizarre test was based on the belief that God would intervene to protect the innocent and punish the guilty. The sacred bread was thought to be a divine instrument, and the person's ability to swallow it without choking was seen as a sign of their moral and spiritual state. Imagine a woman in a small village who has been accused of a crime, such as theft or witchcraft. The villagers, led by the local priest, decide to use trial by sacred bread to determine her guilt. She is brought before a crowd, where the priest offers her a piece of bread that has been blessed by the church. The bread, considered holy, is thought to have the power to reveal the truth. The woman, nervous and fearful, takes the bread into her hands. She must eat it, even though she knows that failing the test could mean her death or public humiliation. The crowd watches in silence, waiting to see whether the woman will choke or swallow the bread without issue. As she begins to eat, she can feel the pressure mounting. The bread is dry, and her throat tightens. She swallows, trying to avoid any signs of distress. The crowd holds its breath, waiting to see what will happen. If she chokes, it will be seen as a sign that she is guilty, that she has sinned and angered God. The choking will be seen as divine judgment, a clear indication that she is not innocent. On the other hand, if she manages to eat the bread without incident, she will be seen as pure in the eyes of God, and her innocence will be affirmed. But the outcome is not in her control. It is up to the divine to determine whether she will choke or not. The sacred bread test was not about logical proof or evidence. It was a test based purely on belief. The idea was that if a person was innocent, God would intervene and allow them to swallow the bread without difficulty. However, if the person was guilty, they would be punished by choking, as though God were directly punishing them for their sins. This trial was rooted in the belief that divine will could be used to reveal the truth, even when human judgment and evidence were insufficient. Consider a different case, a man who has been accused of witchcraft. The local priest, along with other authorities, decides to use trial by sacred bread to determine his guilt. The man stands before the crowd, nervous and sweating, knowing that this test could seal his fate. He is given the sacred bread and instructed to eat it in front of everyone. As he bites into the dry, crumbly piece of bread, he feels his throat tighten. The pressure of the situation makes it harder to swallow. The crowd is watching closely, waiting to see if he will choke. If he does, it will be seen as proof of his guilt, a sign that he is under the influence of dark forces. If he manages to swallow the bread without incident, he will be declared innocent, his soul saved by divine intervention. The test was not a fair or reliable way to determine guilt. The person's ability to swallow the bread could be affected by nerves, physical conditions, or the simple dry texture of the bread. Someone who was anxious or had a dry throat might have difficulty swallowing, while others might easily eat the bread regardless of their guilt or innocence. Yet, in the eyes of the people conducting the trial, it was an unquestionable method for determining the truth. The divine power behind the test was believed to override all human logic or reasoning. For the accused, trial by sacred bread was terrifying. The person had little control over the outcome. Their life could be determined by something as simple as their ability to swallow a piece of bread. The stakes were high. If they were deemed guilty because they choked, they would face severe punishment, sometimes even death. The crowd's reaction was part of the test. If the person choked, they would be publicly humiliated, and the crowd would often join in the judgment. If they managed to swallow the bread, their innocence might be accepted, but the tension and fear of being falsely accused would always linger. The trial was often performed in a public setting, which added to the humiliation of the accused. People would gather to witness the test, and the entire community would be involved in the judgment. The pressure to succeed was immense, as the outcome was seen as a reflection of the accused's moral and spiritual worth. In some ways, it was a social spectacle, as much about showing the community the consequences of sin as it was about finding the truth. Trial by sacred bread was often used in conjunction with other methods of determining guilt or innocence, such as trial by ordeal or confession. However, it was considered to be one of the more divine methods, as it relied on the belief that God would directly intervene to show the truth. It was not meant to be a fair trial in the modern sense. The test did not look for concrete evidence or reasoned arguments. It only focused on whether the accused could swallow the bread without choking. If they failed, it was seen as a clear indication that they were guilty of the crime they were accused of. In some cases, those who passed the test and were declared innocent were still subjected to other forms of punishment or suspicion. Even if someone successfully ate the sacred bread without choking, they could still be socially ostracized or marked as suspicious. On the other hand, those who were found guilty through the trial often faced execution or other severe consequences. The sacred bread trial served to reinforce the authority of the Church and the belief that divine power could determine the fate of individuals, no matter what evidence might suggest. Trial by sacred bread was a method steeped in superstition, reflecting the fears and beliefs of the time. It was an expression of the medieval mindset, where divine intervention was seen as a legitimate way to determine truth. People trusted in the concept of God's judgment in all matters, including the guilt or innocence of the accused. The trial was a ritual, but it was also a way of maintaining control over the population by asserting the Church's authority. If God could determine innocence or guilt, then the Church, as God's representative on earth, had the final say. Execution by being buried alive was a horrifying punishment used, especially for nuns or women who broke religious vows. It was a method that combined both physical death and a deep psychological torment, with the victim's body and mind slowly succumbing to the suffocating weight of the earth. The condemned person would be buried in the ground, often in a shallow grave, with just enough space to feel trapped, unable to move or escape. They would slowly suffocate or die from fear and isolation. The process was not quick. It was a drawn-out death, a slow journey into darkness that made it one of the most brutal forms of punishment. Imagine a nun in a convent who has taken a vow of chastity and devotion, but has been accused of breaking that vow, perhaps by secretly having an affair with a man or falling in love. The authorities in the religious community see this as a grave sin, a betrayal of the sacred commitment she made to God. In the eyes of the Church, there could be no forgiveness for such an act. The punishment for breaking her vows would be severe. Instead of a swift execution, she is sentenced to be buried alive, a form of punishment meant not only to take her life, but to ensure that she would die in utter isolation, stripped of any hope. The procedure of burial alive was often carried out in a secluded area, away from the public eye. The nun would be placed in a grave, typically not deep enough for her to escape the claustrophobic confines. The earth would be piled on top of her, first covering her legs, then her torso, until only her head and possibly her hands were exposed. She would be left in total darkness, the weight of the dirt pressing down on her, forcing her into stillness. The fear would be immediate. As the earth began to surround her, the woman would feel the crushing pressure on her chest, making it harder and harder to breathe. The air would grow thin, and she would start to panic, but there would be no escape. She would be forced to face her fate, trapped underground, unable to move or call for help. The mental agony of such a death was as severe as the physical one. The victim would know from the start that there would be no rescue, no way out. The suffocation would slowly claim her, as the air in the small space would begin to run out. The pressure on her body would increase, and the fear would escalate with each passing moment. There would be no chance of relief, no hope of salvation. The slow process of death was prolonged, sometimes taking hours, and in the case of a shallow grave, it could last for a full day or more. The lack of air would lead to panic, as the body desperately tried to take in breath, but with each breath, the air would become more stifling. The woman would likely feel as though her chest was collapsing, with each breath growing more shallow and painful. During the process of being buried alive, there was no opportunity for the victim to cry out or fight back. She was completely powerless. The claustrophobia and the slow suffocation would create an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Her mind might begin to race, perhaps replaying the events that led her to this moment, but it would all feel irrelevant in the face of her inevitable death. The fear of the unknown, of the darkness surrounding her, would take its toll on her sanity long before her body finally succumbed. The slow isolation, combined with the suffocating darkness, would rob her of any sense of control, leaving her to face a terrifying end. For the community and the authorities carrying out such an execution, the act of burying someone alive served not only as a punishment for the crime, but also as a lesson. The religious nature of the crime, the breaking of vows, meant that the punishment had to reflect the severity of the offense. The burial was not just about taking a life, it was about condemning the soul to a form of eternal suffering. By burying the woman alive, the authorities made it clear that the punishment for breaking a sacred vow was unforgiving and absolute. Her crime was not just a sin against society, but a sin against God, and the execution served to ensure that there would be no mercy for such an act. In some cases, the burial could take place in public or semi-public settings, with the victim being dragged to the grave by the authorities, her fate sealed for all to witness. The process was meant to serve as both a punishment and a deterrent. The idea was that by watching someone endure such a brutal death, the community would understand the serious consequences of breaking religious vows. It was a display of power, not just over the body, but over the soul. Those who witnessed the execution were supposed to be reminded of the sanctity of religious commitments and the high cost of betrayal. In other cases, the execution might take place in secret, with the body disposed of quickly, and any traces of the event hidden away from the public eye. These cases were often reserved for nuns or women who had broken vows of chastity. The Church's authority over such matters meant that the punishment was carried out without much regard for public sentiment or fairness. The woman, once condemned, would face her end in isolation, her suffering hidden from the world. Her body would be buried, and her death would become just another reminder of the strict nature of religious law. While being buried alive was most often associated with religious violations, particularly in cases involving nuns or women who broke vows, it was also used in other contexts. For example, women who were accused of witchcraft or heresy could also be subjected to such a brutal fate. The logic behind this punishment was rooted in the belief that the victim's crime was so severe, so against the order of nature, that the punishment must also be extreme and final. There was little room for mercy in this system. The woman's life would be taken in a way that ensured her death was not only physically painful, but psychologically torturous as well. As the woman lay buried, the earth pressing down on her, her body would eventually cease to fight. The darkness and the lack of air would cause her to slip into unconsciousness, and death would come, though it might take time. The body would slowly give way, and in that moment the authorities would consider her sins erased. However, for the victim, the process was not quick or peaceful. The slow, agonizing journey into death was one filled with fear, panic, and the crushing weight of isolation. It was a death not just of the body, but of the spirit, a final punishment meant to ensure that the soul of the victim would suffer for the violation of sacred vows. For those who survived the initial burial, but were later rescued, the psychological toll of such an experience was severe. Many who were subjected to being buried alive suffered long-term trauma, unable to recover from the terror of their near-death experience. The act of burial was a form of execution meant to break the spirit as much as the body, ensuring that the victim's life would be remembered not for their crimes, but for their painful, agonizing death. In the past, pretending to be a witch was not taken lightly. People who faked spells or claimed to have magical powers were treated just like those accused of actual witchcraft. The penalties could be severe, and in some places, those who were caught could face execution. To understand why this was such a serious issue, it's important to know how belief in witches and magic fit into society. During times like the Middle Ages and the early modern period, many communities were deeply superstitious. People believed in the supernatural, and witches were seen as a dangerous threat. A witch was thought to have the power to curse others, cause harm, and make pacts with evil spirits. The fear of witches led to intense suspicion, especially in areas where people were unfamiliar with one another. At the same time, there were those who wanted to take advantage of this fear. Some individuals saw an opportunity to manipulate others by pretending to possess magical powers. They would claim to have the ability to cast spells, summon spirits, or cure diseases. These false witches could make money by performing fake rituals, or they could gain power by convincing people of their supposed abilities. Often, these witches would promise to help people in exchange for money or other rewards. But what happened when someone was caught pretending to be a witch? In many cases, the punishment was the same as if they were actually guilty of witchcraft. People who were caught faking their magical abilities were often seen as imposters, and this was viewed as a serious crime. In communities where belief in magic was widespread, pretending to be a witch was a betrayal of trust. It could lead to the same deadly consequences that awaited those who were actually accused of being witches. One reason this was so dangerous was that the act of pretending to be a witch was often linked to other crimes. People who claimed to have supernatural powers could be accused of witchcraft by association. If someone claimed to have the ability to cast spells, others might believe they were working with dark forces. The accusations could quickly escalate, and anyone caught up in this web of suspicion could face arrest, trial, and execution. There are many examples of individuals who were executed for pretending to be witches. In one case, a man named Edward Fairfax was accused of pretending to be a witch in England in the 17th century. He claimed to have the ability to control the weather and perform other magical feats. His performances were convincing enough that many believed in his powers. But when it was discovered that he was faking it all, he was arrested. The charges against him were serious, and he was ultimately executed for fraud and witchcraft. In another case, a woman named Anne Atkinson in colonial America was accused of faking witchcraft. She was a so-called witch doctor who claimed to have the power to heal people using magic. When it was revealed that her so-called spells were nothing more than tricks, she was accused of pretending to be a witch for personal gain. She was brought to trial, where the court found her guilty of fraud. She was executed for her crimes. The execution of those who pretended to be witches was not always straightforward. Some people were executed for pretending to be witches even when they hadn't harmed anyone or committed a specific crime. The fear of witches was so strong that society wanted to punish anyone who was seen as a threat, whether real or imagined. In some cases, this led to false accusations and wrongful executions. For example, someone might have been falsely accused of witchcraft simply because they were known for having unusual or mysterious behavior. Others might have been accused because they were outsiders or had disputes with their neighbors. This kind of fear and suspicion led to widespread witch hunts, which often targeted people who were vulnerable or unpopular. Many of those accused of witchcraft were not witches at all, but were simply victims of mass hysteria. The same fear and paranoia that led to the execution of real witches also led to the execution of people who were merely pretending to be witches. In a society where belief in magic was so deeply ingrained, the line between the real and the imagined was often hard to distinguish. One of the most famous examples of the execution of someone pretending to be a witch is the case of the Witch of Endor in the Bible. In this story, King Saul of Israel sought the help of a medium to summon the spirit of the deceased prophet Samuel. The medium, who was thought to have magical powers, was seen as a fake by some, but was still accused of being a witch. She was brought to trial and executed for practicing witchcraft, even though her powers were believed to be fake. The story of the Witch of Endor highlights how even those who pretended to have supernatural abilities could be punished harshly. Despite the harshness of these punishments, there were some who believed that the punishment for pretending to be a witch was too severe. Some argued that these individuals were simply trying to survive in a world where people were desperate for answers. They believed that the punishment for pretending to be a witch should be more lenient, since the individuals involved were not actually causing harm to others. However, the fear of witchcraft was so strong that most people didn't care whether someone was actually practicing magic or simply pretending. The threat of witches was real enough in the minds of many, and the punishment for even pretending to be a witch was seen as necessary to protect society. This fear of witches and the punishment for pretending to be one led to many tragic and unjust outcomes. Many innocent people were executed simply because they were accused of being witches or because they were caught pretending to have magical powers. While some of these executions were carried out with the belief that the accused were a genuine threat, others were the result of mass hysteria and unfounded accusations. As time went on, the fear of witches gradually faded, and laws against witchcraft became less common. However, the legacy of these witch hunts still lingers in history. The fear of witches and the punishments for pretending to be one serve as a reminder of the dangers of superstition, paranoia, and mob mentality. They also show how easily people can become victims of accusations and punishment based on fear rather than fact. In many ways, the story of those who were executed for pretending to be witches reflects the power of belief and fear in shaping societies. It is a reminder that even the smallest lie or deception can have serious consequences, especially in a society where belief in the supernatural is strong. Whether someone was truly a witch or simply pretending, the outcome was often the same. The person was seen as a danger to society and was dealt with harshly. The legacy of these events continues to serve as a cautionary tale about the dangers of fear and superstition. In the past, some criminals were sentenced to a punishment that seemed almost impossible to endure, a forced pilgrimage. This was not a pilgrimage for religious or spiritual reasons, but rather a sentence imposed by authorities to punish individuals who had committed serious crimes. The sentence involved making the offender walk hundreds of miles, often barefoot, to a distant town or religious site. The journey was grueling, and many who were sent on these pilgrimages did not survive the trip. The forced pilgrimage was often seen as a way to humiliate the offender. The person was made to suffer through the harsh conditions of the journey, and their pain was meant to serve as a reminder to others of the consequences of breaking the law. It was a punishment that could last for weeks or even months, depending on the distance between the place of the crime and the destination. To make the punishment even more severe, the person was often required to travel without shoes. Walking barefoot over long distances could be incredibly painful, especially when the person was forced to walk on rocky or uneven terrain. The feet would become sore and swollen, and the risk of infection was high. In many cases, the punishment was so harsh that it led to the death of the person before they even reached their destination. One of the reasons the forced pilgrimage was used as a punishment was because it was seen as a way to make the criminal atone for their actions. The long journey was thought to be a form of penance, a way for the person to demonstrate remorse for their crime. The pain and suffering experienced along the way were seen as a way of cleansing the soul, even though the journey was a form of physical torture. The idea was that by enduring the hardship of the pilgrimage, the offender might be spiritually redeemed, or at least punished enough to deter future wrongdoings. The punishment was also meant to be a public spectacle. As the person walked along the road, they were often seen by others, which served as a warning to the public about the consequences of breaking the law. In some cases, the criminal might even have been required to wear a sign or badge that identified them as a wrongdoer, making the punishment not only physically painful, but also socially humiliating. The forced pilgrimage was used in different places and at different times in history. In medieval Europe, for example, some criminals were sentenced to walk to a distant town or religious site as a form of punishment. One of the most famous examples of this kind of punishment was the journey to the shrine of St. Thomas Becket in Canterbury, England. People who had committed serious crimes, such as theft or violence, might be sentenced to walk the long distance to Canterbury as a form of penance. The journey was brutal, and many did not make it to the shrine alive. In other parts of the world, forced pilgrimages were used as a form of punishment as well. In some Islamic cultures, criminals were made to travel to distant holy sites, such as Mecca, as part of their punishment. The journey was long and difficult, and those who were sentenced to it often faced great hardships along the way. The goal was to make the person reflect on their actions and, through the suffering of the journey, atone for their wrongdoings. However, the forced pilgrimage was not just about punishment. It was also about control. By sending someone on a pilgrimage, authorities could exert power over the criminal. The person was stripped of their freedom and forced to submit to the authority of those who sentenced them. The journey could take weeks or even months, and the criminal had little control over when or where they would arrive. This lack of control added to the punishment, as the person was forced to endure not only the physical hardships of the journey, but also the psychological toll of knowing they had no choice but to follow orders. The journey could also be dangerous. The roads were often unsafe, and the person could be attacked by bandits or wild animals. There were few places to find shelter, and food and water were scarce. If the person became ill or injured along the way, they had little chance of recovery. In some cases, people died from exhaustion, dehydration, or infections caused by the injuries they sustained during the journey. One of the reasons the forced pilgrimage was so deadly was because of the physical toll it took on the body. Walking long distances without proper rest or nourishment could cause severe fatigue. The body would begin to break down, and the person might suffer from blisters, infections, and other injuries. The lack of proper footwear meant that the person's feet were exposed to the elements, and walking for days or weeks on end could lead to serious damage to the feet and legs. In some cases, people who were sentenced to forced pilgrimages lost their ability to walk altogether, making it impossible for them to continue the journey. The emotional and mental toll was also significant. The person who was sentenced to the pilgrimage would often feel isolated and alone, cut off from their community and loved ones. The long journey gave them plenty of time to reflect on their crime, and the pain and suffering could cause feelings of despair. In some cases, this mental anguish led to suicidal thoughts or attempts. The fear of death was ever present, and many people who were sentenced to forced pilgrimages never made it to their destination. Instead, they died along the way, their bodies left to rot on the roadside. Despite the harsh nature of the punishment, there were some who managed to survive the forced pilgrimage. These individuals often came back with a new sense of humility and understanding. For them, the journey had been a form of transformation. They had endured physical and mental hardship, and they came out the other side with a new perspective on life. But for many, the pilgrimage was simply a death sentence. The toll it took on the body and mind was too great, and they perished before they could reach their destination. The forced pilgrimage as a punishment faded over time as more humane methods of punishment began to replace it. However, its history serves as a reminder of how severe and brutal punishment could be in the past. It also highlights the way in which societies used suffering as a tool for control and punishment. The physical and mental pain that these individuals endured was meant not only to punish them for their crimes, but also to serve as a lesson to others. While the forced pilgrimage is no longer used as a form of punishment, it remains an example of the harsh measures societies once took to maintain order and control. The journey was not just a test of endurance, it was a symbol of the power of authority and the willingness of the state to use suffering as a way to enforce its laws. Execution by wild animals was a brutal form of punishment that was used in ancient times. In this practice, criminals were tied up in an arena and left to face savage animals like lions, bears, or tigers. The punishment was designed not only as a means of execution, but also to provide entertainment for the public. This form of death was used in some of the most notorious public games, where spectators would gather to watch these gruesome spectacles unfold. The use of wild animals in executions can be traced back to the ancient Roman Empire. In the Roman Colosseum, for example, criminals, prisoners of war, and slaves were often thrown into the arena to face animals. These animals were usually starved and trained to be aggressive, ensuring that the people they were set against had little to no chance of survival. The crowds would watch eagerly, expecting a bloody and violent end for the condemned. The criminals who faced execution by wild animals were often seen as the lowest in society, the ones who had committed heinous crimes or failed to uphold the law. However, sometimes even innocent people found themselves caught up in this punishment. Some were sentenced for political reasons, particularly during times of social unrest or when rulers wanted to make an example of certain individuals. Others were sentenced as part of the spectacle, where the state or emperor wished to entertain the masses with public executions. Once a person was sentenced to be executed by wild animals, the event was carefully planned. The condemned would be led into the center of the arena, often in a humiliating manner. They were stripped of their clothing, and their hands or legs would be bound to prevent escape. The purpose was not only to ensure they could not flee, but also to make the execution a public spectacle. In many cases, the criminals were paraded before the crowd, who would jeer and mock them before the execution took place. The animals that were used in these executions were often large and dangerous. Lions were a common choice because of their strength and ferocity. Bears, tigers, and even elephants were sometimes used as well. The animals were trained to attack on command, ensuring that the condemned person had little chance of surviving the encounter. The animals would be released into the arena and allowed to tear into the helpless victim. The scene was one of chaos and terror. The person in the arena would be desperate, trying to protect themselves from the sharp claws and teeth of the animals. In some cases, the executioner would give the animals a signal to end the person's life quickly. In others, the victim would suffer for a longer period of time as the animals attacked, maimed, and killed them. In some instances, the execution was even more elaborate. Sometimes, the condemned person was placed in the arena with a group of animals, each more dangerous than the last. The animals might be released in stages, with the person facing one animal after another. This added to the spectacle, making the execution last longer and increasing the drama for the audience. The public nature of these executions added another layer of cruelty to the punishment. The condemned person was not only forced to face wild animals, but also to do so in front of a crowd of people who would cheer and shout as they watched. The crowd's reaction could vary depending on the crime of the condemned person. Some crowds might feel sympathy for the victim, while others might call for more bloodshed, particularly if the person was guilty of a serious offense. In ancient Rome, these games were often held during religious festivals or to celebrate military victories. The emperor or the ruling class would sponsor the events, which could be massive and highly organized. The gladiatorial contests were part of a broader entertainment culture, where the people came to watch not only fights between humans, but also the brutal slaughter of animals and the execution of criminals. These events were seen as a form of public entertainment, a way for the people to enjoy a spectacle while reinforcing the power of the emperor and the state. The execution by wild animals also served as a form of punishment that could instill fear in the population. The idea was to make an example of the condemned person. By executing someone in such a gruesome manner, it was hoped that others would think twice before committing crimes or challenging the authority of the state. It was a reminder that the consequences for breaking the law could be horrific and final. The condemned person often had no choice but to accept their fate. The chances of surviving an encounter with wild animals were slim, especially when the execution was designed to be as brutal as possible. Even if the person had some skill in defending themselves, it was unlikely that they could overpower an animal like a lion or bear. The animal's natural strength and size gave it a significant advantage. In many cases, the person would be killed within minutes, but in some rare instances, the animal's attack might take longer, leading to a slow and painful death. In other cultures, the use of wild animals for execution was practiced in different ways. In ancient China, for example, some criminals were thrown into pits with venomous snakes or wild beasts. These animals were used to inflict a slow and agonizing death, where the victim's body would eventually succumb to the venom or attacks from the creatures. Similarly, in parts of ancient Greece, criminals might be forced to fight wild animals in a form of combat, where their only chance for survival was to kill or wound the animal first. Despite its brutality, execution by wild animals was a method that continued for centuries. As time went on and societies evolved, this type of punishment became less common. Eventually, governments moved away from such gruesome public spectacles in favor of more humane forms of execution. However, the idea of using wild animals as executioners remained a symbol of the brutality and cruelty that was sometimes employed in ancient legal systems. The execution by wild animals served many purposes. It was a tool for punishment, a form of entertainment, and a way to exert control over the population. The idea of a criminal being torn apart by a wild animal struck fear into the hearts of the people and reminded them of the consequences of breaking the law. It was a punishment that left little room for mercy or survival, ensuring that the condemned person's fate was sealed as soon as they were thrown into the arena. While such executions are no longer common, The practice serves as a stark reminder of the cruelty that once defined punishment in some societies. The use of wild animals to kill humans was a brutal and terrifying way to assert authority, entertain the public, and send a powerful message about the consequences of crime. In the past, cross-dressing was often seen as a crime. This was especially true when people, particularly women, dressed as men. The act of cross-dressing, especially when it involved one gender impersonating the other, was viewed as a serious violation of social norms. The punishment for such offenses could be severe, sometimes even leading to execution. During times when strict gender roles were the norm, men and women were expected to dress and behave in very specific ways. Men wore certain types of clothing, and women wore others. To cross these boundaries by dressing as the opposite sex was seen not only as a personal choice, but as a challenge to the social order. This act could lead to suspicion, as it often implied that the person was trying to hide their true identity or deceive others. For women, cross-dressing was particularly harshly punished. In many societies, women were confined to specific roles that were determined by their gender. Their clothing was meant to reflect their status as women, and to wear men's clothes was to step outside of these roles. The punishment for women who were caught wearing men's clothing could range from imprisonment to public humiliation. In some cases, however, the punishment was far more severe. One of the reasons women faced such harsh punishment for cross-dressing was the idea that it threatened the social structure. In societies where men were seen as the dominant gender, any woman who tried to pass as a man was seen as disrupting the natural order. By dressing as a man, women were stepping outside of the roles they were meant to fulfill. They were expected to be mothers, wives, and caretakers, and cross-dressing was seen as a direct challenge to those expectations. Take, for example, the case of Jeanne Beret in the 18th century. Beret disguised herself as a man to join an expedition around the world, as women were not allowed on such voyages. She was discovered during the journey and faced severe punishment. While she did not face execution, her act of cross-dressing led to great consequences, and she was forced to return to France, where she faced public shame. Although her story did not end in execution, it highlights the dangers women faced when they dared to step outside their prescribed roles. Men, on the other hand, were less likely to face death for cross-dressing, but it still carried heavy penalties. In some cases, men who dressed as women could be seen as attempting to evade the responsibilities or dangers of their own gender. This could lead to accusations of cowardice, deceit, or even treason in cases where the disguise was used to avoid military service or legal consequences. Such acts were seen as dishonorable, and in certain periods of history, the consequences could be as severe as death. But even more extreme examples exist, particularly in societies where gender roles were strictly enforced by law or religious beliefs. In some parts of the world, particularly in Europe during the Middle Ages, cross-dressing was considered a crime of great moral and societal importance. Those found guilty were often punished severely, with death being the ultimate consequence. One of the most well-known cases of execution for cross-dressing involves the story of Marguerite de la Roque, a woman from 16th century France. Marguerite was accused of disguising herself as a man in order to travel with a ship's crew. After being discovered, she was cast away on an island with nothing but her clothing. Eventually, she was executed. Though this case may not have been an execution by public authorities, the act of being cast away to die alone because of cross-dressing served as an extreme form of punishment for stepping outside the traditional gender boundaries. In another example, the execution of the young French woman named Joan of Arc involved accusations of cross-dressing, among other charges. While her trial focused on accusations of heresy and witchcraft, part of the case against Joan was her choice to wear male military attire. At the time, it was considered highly inappropriate and even sinful for a woman to wear men's clothing. Her cross-dressing was seen as an affront to the religious and social order, contributing to her eventual execution. In some cases, the person who cross-dressed was perceived to have committed a form of fraud or deception. If a woman dressed as a man to gain access to spaces or activities that were traditionally reserved for men, she was seen as committing a dishonorable act. This could include joining the military or accessing male-only jobs or social gatherings. The act of dressing as a man for such purposes was regarded as fraudulent, and punishment could be harsh, even deadly. What made this kind of crime particularly dangerous was the social climate in which it occurred. Many societies during certain historical periods were heavily influenced by religious teachings that reinforced strict gender roles. For example, in medieval Europe, the Bible was interpreted to mean that men and women should adhere to the specific roles assigned to them. A woman dressing as a man was seen not just as breaking a social norm, but as violating divine law. Religious beliefs were often a driving force behind the punishment of cross-dressing. In some cultures, cross-dressing was thought to be sinful and unnatural. The Old Testament, for instance, contains a passage in Deuteronomy that specifically condemns the wearing of clothing that belongs to the opposite sex. This religious prohibition against cross-dressing was interpreted in many places as a serious offense against God and the natural order of creation. As a result, those who defied these rules were often subject to brutal punishment, including execution. The authorities who imposed such sentences saw cross-dressing as an affront to not only societal order, but also to moral decency. Whether it was a woman trying to pass as a man to gain access to male spaces, or a man dressing as a woman for other reasons, the belief was that this behavior could undermine the fabric of society. The crime was not simply the act of wearing different clothes, it was seen as a rejection of one's role in the larger social structure. The fear of moral decay was a key factor that led to the harsh punishments for cross-dressing. Those in power worried that allowing such behavior would set a dangerous precedent, one that might encourage other people to ignore societal norms. Punishing cross-dressing was, in their eyes, a way to protect the established order and ensure that individuals did not overstep the boundaries of gender expectations. In some extreme cases, cross-dressing could lead to accusations of witchcraft. In both the early modern period and earlier, women who dressed as men were sometimes accused of using magic or supernatural means to disguise their identity. Being labeled a witch carried with it severe consequences, including execution. For women accused of both cross-dressing and witchcraft, death was often the punishment, and the trial could be swift and unforgiving. The execution of cross-dressers was a way for societies to maintain control over behavior, gender roles, and religious teachings. It was seen as necessary to uphold social order and morality, and those who broke these rules faced severe punishment. For women especially, cross-dressing was a defiance of the norms that dictated their role in society. To dress as a man was to challenge the idea that women should remain in their designated spaces. In a world where gender roles were rigidly enforced, the consequences for such acts were unforgiving. In many of these cases, the person who dressed as the opposite sex was viewed as more than just a lawbreaker. They were seen as a symbol of defiance against the natural order, against the laws of God, and against the structure of society. The punishment for cross-dressing, therefore, was not only about the crime itself, but about sending a clear message that such behavior would not be tolerated. Trial by firewalk was a punishment used in some ancient cultures to determine guilt or innocence. In this brutal test, the accused was required to walk barefoot over a path of hot plowshares, which are sharp metal pieces used in farming. The belief was simple: if the person was innocent, they would not be harmed. If they were guilty, they would be burned. This trial was based on the idea that divine intervention would protect the innocent. The people who practiced this form of justice believed that the gods or spirits would guide the outcome. If the accused person successfully walked across the hot plowshares without injury, it was seen as proof that they were innocent. However, if they were burned, it was taken as a sign that they were guilty and they would face further punishment. The procedure itself was incredibly dangerous. The plowshares were made red hot by fire, often to temperatures that would cause serious burns if someone were to step on them. The person being tested had to walk barefoot across this fiery path, usually under the watchful eyes of a crowd. The test was often conducted in public, and the tension of the event would fill the air. The crowd would eagerly watch, waiting to see if the accused would emerge unscathed or suffer in agony. It was thought that only the guilty would be harmed by the fire, and this belief rested on the idea that divine or supernatural powers were controlling the outcome. The flames were considered a tool of justice, and the trial itself was seen as a way of ensuring that the gods would reveal the truth. If the person walked across the hot plowshares and emerged without injury, they were declared innocent, often with great celebration. However, the trial by firewalk was not always fair. The test was highly dependent on the skill and conditions surrounding the walk. The temperature of the plowshares, the length of the path, and the person's ability to withstand pain all played a role. A person who was quick on their feet or had good endurance might have been able to pass the test even if they were guilty. On the other hand, someone who was nervous, unprepared, or physically weaker might have been burned even if they were innocent. This method of trial was not without its critics. Many argued that it was not a fair way to determine guilt or innocence, as it relied on physical ability rather than actual evidence of a crime. The test often ignored the real circumstances surrounding the accused person's situation. For example, a person who had no real connection to the crime but was falsely accused could still be harmed in the process, even though they had not committed any wrongdoing. In other cases, the test was used to punish people, regardless of their guilt or innocence. Despite its flaws, trial by firewalk was used in several societies throughout history. In some parts of medieval Europe, the accused were subjected to the trial as a form of justice. The belief in divine intervention was strong, and the practice of walking barefoot over hot plowshares was seen as a way of allowing the gods to decide the truth. In these cases, the trial was sometimes used as a final test for those who had been accused of witchcraft or other serious crimes. The stakes were high, and the potential for harm was great. The test was also practiced in some Asian cultures. For example, in ancient India, firewalking was used as a way to prove purity or innocence. The ritual was often performed in religious or ceremonial contexts, but in some cases it was used as a form of trial. In these traditions, the firewalk was seen as a way of invoking the gods to reveal the truth. If the person walked across the fire without injury, they were believed to have the protection of the gods. If they were burned, they were believed to have committed some wrongdoing. In many cases, the trial by firewalk was more about spectacle than actual justice. It was a public event that drew large crowds. People gathered to witness the drama of the trial and to see whether the accused would survive the fiery ordeal. The outcome was often seen as a sign of divine favor, but the entire process was highly theatrical. Those who were watching had their own beliefs about the power of the fire and the truth of the trial, and the event itself became a way for communities to display their faith and trust in higher powers. The physical danger of the firewalk was real. The plowshares could reach extremely high temperatures, and walking across them could cause severe burns or even death. In some cases, the person would not only be burned, but also suffer from infections or other complications due to the wounds. The punishment of firewalking was not just about the immediate pain, it also involved long-term suffering, especially if the burns were severe. In some societies, those who failed the trial might be executed or forced to undergo further punishment. While the trial by firewalk was supposed to reveal the truth, it was not always a reliable method of justice. There were many factors that could influence the outcome, including the physical condition of the person and the skill of the person administering the trial. The test was not scientifically sound, and it often led to miscarriages of justice. People who were innocent could be burned, while the guilty could sometimes avoid harm. There were also cases where the trial was used as a way to punish people who had been accused of crimes, regardless of their innocence. The practice of trial by firewalk faded as more formal and reliable legal systems developed. As societies became more focused on evidence-based justice, the use of such methods gradually declined. Today, trial by firewalk is seen as an outdated and unreliable form of justice. The practice is often viewed as cruel and unfair, given the risks involved and the lack of solid evidence to support the outcome. Despite its flaws, trial by firewalk remains a fascinating part of history. It shows how ancient cultures used ritual and spectacle to determine guilt or innocence. The practice relied on the belief that divine forces would intervene to reveal the truth, but it also highlighted the human desire for a dramatic and public display of justice. Though no longer in use, the legacy of trial by firewalk reminds us of the lengths to which societies once went to try to ensure that justice was served, even when the methods were deeply flawed. Punishment by branding or mutilation was a common form of punishment used for thieves, liars, and other criminals throughout history. It involved the removal of body parts, such as the nose, ears, or tongue, or branding the offender with a mark that indicated their crime. This form of punishment was meant to serve both as a physical penalty and a public warning to others. The act of branding was a brutal way to mark someone as guilty. The process usually involved heating a metal stamp or iron to a high temperature and pressing it onto the skin of the person being punished. The result was a permanent mark that would be visible to anyone who saw the person. It was common for thieves to be branded on their foreheads or hands, with the letters T or F to indicate that they were thieves or felons. This branding would not only cause physical pain, but would serve as a lifelong reminder of the person's crime. In addition to branding, mutilation was another common punishment for crimes like theft and lying. Offenders could lose body parts that were seen as significant. For example, a thief might lose a hand, or a liar could have their tongue cut out. These acts were intended to permanently alter the individual in a way that made it clear they had committed a crime. The loss of a body part was seen as a way to match the severity of the crime with a lasting physical punishment. The idea behind these punishments was simple: to create a lasting consequence for the crime committed. A person who was branded or mutilated would carry the mark of their crime for the rest of their life. This served as a warning to others who might consider committing similar acts. It was a way to publicly shame the individual and make sure they could not escape the consequences of their actions. Take the case of a thief in medieval Europe. If someone was caught stealing, they might be taken to the town square and publicly branded in front of a crowd. The iron used for branding would be heated in a fire until it glowed red hot. The thief would be forced to hold still as the brand was pressed into their skin, leaving a permanent mark. In some cases, the thief might lose a hand or even an ear, depending on the crime and the laws of the time. This punishment was designed to make sure that the criminal would never be able to escape their past. No matter where they went, the mark or the missing body part would be a constant reminder of their crime. For liars, the punishment was equally severe. A person who was caught telling falsehoods or spreading rumors could have their tongue cut out. This form of mutilation was seen as a way to prevent them from lying again. The punishment was particularly harsh because the tongue was considered an important part of a person's identity and function. To have it cut out was not only physically painful, but also symbolized the loss of the ability to communicate truthfully. It was a punishment that could ruin a person's life, making it impossible for them to speak freely again. These forms of punishment were not only meant to serve as a consequence for the crime, but also as a deterrent to others. In a society where laws were strictly enforced and there was little room for leniency, the idea was to make the punishment so severe that others would think twice before committing similar offenses. Branding or mutilation was a way to make sure that criminals paid for their actions in a way that left a permanent mark, both physically and socially. The public nature of these punishments also played a key role in their effectiveness. When a person was branded or mutilated, the punishment was often carried out in front of a crowd. This made the penalty more impactful, as it served as a public display of justice. The person being punished would be humiliated in front of others, and their crime would be made known to everyone. This public shaming was seen as an important part of the punishment, as it reinforced the idea that criminal behavior would not be tolerated. While these punishments were meant to be a form of justice, they were not always fair. In many cases, people could be branded or mutilated without proper evidence of their crime. False accusations or mistaken identities could lead to an innocent person suffering a life-altering punishment. In some cases, people might be punished simply because they were from a lower social class or because they had angered a more powerful person. The risk of unjust punishment was high, and once someone had been branded or mutilated, there was little chance of undoing the damage. The physical consequences of branding or mutilation were severe. The pain of branding was intense, and the wounds could become infected if not treated properly. In some cases, the brand could become a source of constant pain or even lead to death if the infection spread. Mutilation, such as the loss of a hand or tongue, could permanently impair a person's ability to function. A thief who lost a hand might no longer be able to work or provide for their family. A liar who had their tongue cut out would find it difficult to communicate, which could ruin their relationships and career. Despite these consequences, the use of branding and mutilation as punishment was common in many parts of the world. In ancient Rome, for example, criminals who were found guilty of theft or dishonesty could be branded with a mark that indicated their crime. In some cases, they would lose a hand or ear. These punishments were seen as necessary to maintain order and to ensure that people followed the laws of the society. Similarly, in medieval Europe, branding and mutilation were often used to punish people who had been convicted of serious crimes. Those who were caught stealing could lose a hand or be branded, while those who lied or spread false rumors might have their tongues cut out. These forms of punishment were meant to make sure that the person would never be able to escape the consequences of their actions. As time went on, however, the use of branding and mutilation as punishment began to fade. As legal systems became more formal and evidence-based, these forms of punishment were seen as too harsh and unfair. They were gradually replaced by other methods of punishment, such as imprisonment or fines, which were seen as more humane and effective. The shift away from branding and mutilation reflected a growing belief in the need for justice that was based on evidence and fairness, rather than physical punishment and public humiliation. Still, the use of branding and mutilation in ancient and medieval times serves as a reminder of how societies once used extreme measures to enforce laws and maintain control. These punishments were designed to leave a permanent mark on the person's body and reputation, ensuring that the consequences of their crime would never be forgotten. While these methods are no longer in use today, they reflect the harsh realities of a time when justice was often swift, severe, and without mercy. In certain periods of history, harboring a heretic was not only seen as a crime, but one that could cost you your life. In societies where religion held great power, the laws were clear. To shelter or protect someone accused of heresy was to defy the authorities and the established religious order. The punishment for such acts was severe and often involved execution. The term heretic referred to someone who held beliefs that contradicted the teachings of the church or the dominant religious authority. Heresy was viewed as a threat to the unity and stability of the community. It was not just a religious crime, but one that could be seen as a challenge to the very foundation of society. Heretics were often accused of spreading dangerous ideas, and the authorities feared that these ideas could lead to unrest or rebellion. During times when religious authorities held considerable power, the protection of heretics was seen as an equally serious crime. If someone provided shelter, food, or any kind of assistance to a person suspected of heresy, they were seen as complicit in the crime. The logic was simple. By helping a heretic escape persecution, the person offering aid was aiding and abetting a threat to society. The punishment for such an act was often death, as authorities saw it as a way to eliminate both the heretic and those who might harbor them. The fear of harboring heretics was especially strong during the Inquisition, a period in European history when the Catholic Church led widespread efforts to root out heresy. The Inquisition targeted individuals whose beliefs were seen as dangerous, and it was common for those accused of heresy to be tortured to extract confessions. Even if someone was not directly involved in the heretical act, simply helping or protecting someone accused of it could lead to severe punishment. The Church believed that by punishing those who harbored heretics, it could prevent the spread of what it considered dangerous ideas. One of the most notorious periods of persecution for harboring heretics was during the time of the Spanish Inquisition. People who were suspected of being heretics were often sought out by the inquisitors. If someone was found to be sheltering a suspected heretic, they could be arrested and put on trial. The punishment was often swift and severe. Those found guilty of harboring heretics could be executed, usually by burning at the stake, which was seen as a fitting punishment for a crime that was considered both religiously and socially corrupt. In many cases, the authorities relied on neighbors or informants to report people who were suspected of harboring heretics. These informants would provide evidence to the authorities, often in exchange for favors or leniency. This practice created an atmosphere of fear and distrust, as people were encouraged to spy on each other and report any suspicious activity. Even giving shelter to someone who was later accused of heresy could result in execution. A person who took in a suspected heretic would often face public trial. During these trials, they could be accused of betraying their faith and their community by providing sanctuary to someone who was seen as a threat. The trial was often more about making an example of the accused than about seeking justice. The goal was to intimidate others and prevent anyone from offering refuge to those accused of heresy in the future. Take, for example, a person living in a small village during the height of the Inquisition. If they were found to have offered food or a place to stay to a traveling preacher with unconventional religious views, that could be enough to draw the suspicion of the authorities. In such a case, the person would be arrested and brought to trial. The accused would face charges of heresy by association. If convicted, the penalty could be execution by fire or hanging. Even if the person did not agree with the views of the accused heretic, the mere act of offering shelter would often be considered enough to warrant death. The fear surrounding harboring heretics was heightened by the belief that these individuals were not only corrupting their souls, but were also threats to the larger community. Authorities believed that heresy was contagious, that the wrong ideas could spread and infect others, undermining the unity and order of society. Protecting a heretic was seen as aiding the spread of this corruption. Therefore, the punishment was seen as necessary to protect the community and prevent further dissent. In addition to the threat of execution, those accused of harboring heretics might also face the loss of their property. The authorities would often seize the property of people convicted of aiding heretics, leaving them destitute. This punishment served as a way to punish not only the individual, but also their family. The punishment for harboring a heretic, therefore, went beyond the individual and could affect their entire household, extending the consequences of the crime to others. For those who found themselves accused of harboring heretics, the trial was often a terrifying experience. In many cases, the process was rushed and the accused had little chance to defend themselves. The system of justice during this period was not focused on fairness or evidence. Instead, it was centered around maintaining religious orthodoxy and eliminating threats to the established order. The accused could face torture to extract confessions, and the trial was often more about securing a conviction than about seeking the truth. The punishment for harboring heretics could also depend on the social status of the accused. For the wealthy or influential, the punishment might be less severe, though they could still lose property or face imprisonment. For the poor or those of lower social standing, the penalty was often swift and deadly. These class differences meant that the punishments were not always applied equally, and those with power or resources could sometimes avoid the most severe consequences. In some cases, those accused of harboring heretics could attempt to escape the punishment by offering up others. They might try to show that they were unaware of the heretical beliefs of the person they helped, or try to prove that they had not aided the accused in a meaningful way. However, such attempts often fell on deaf ears, as the authorities were more concerned with maintaining control and preventing the spread of ideas they considered dangerous. Even though the punishment for harboring heretics was harsh, some people continued to offer refuge to those who were in danger. These individuals acted out of a sense of compassion or personal belief, sometimes at great personal risk. For example, During the Protestant Reformation, many people in Catholic-dominated areas helped hide Protestant reformers who were being persecuted by the Church. These acts of defiance, while courageous, often resulted in brutal punishment for those who were caught. The act of harboring a heretic was seen as a direct challenge to the authority of the Church and the state. In a time when religious power was closely linked to political power, anyone who undermined the Church's authority was viewed as a threat to the stability of society. Those who provided refuge to heretics were seen as complicit in this rebellion, and the punishment for such acts was meant to deter others from doing the same. Even if a person did not agree with the heretical ideas of those they helped, they could still be viewed as a traitor for harboring them. In conclusion, the punishment for harboring heretics was severe, often leading to execution. The act of sheltering someone accused of heresy was considered not just an act of defiance, but a betrayal of the social and religious order. The authorities used these executions as a way to send a message to others, warning them against offering refuge to those who were seen as a threat to the established belief system. This form of punishment shows the deep connection between religious authority and the state during certain periods of history, and the harsh consequences for those who dared to challenge or defy that authority. Execution by stoning was a form of punishment that involved the community in carrying out the death sentence. It was often used in religious contexts where the punishment was seen as a way of upholding divine law. Stoning was brutal, and its purpose was not only to punish, but also to serve as a public act of justice, where the entire community could take part in carrying out the sentence. The practice of stoning was used in many ancient cultures, but it is most famously associated with religious laws, particularly in the Judeo-Christian and Islamic traditions. In the Old Testament, for example, stoning was prescribed as the punishment for certain offenses, such as adultery, blasphemy, or violating the Sabbath. The practice was intended to be a communal activity where the members of society would participate in executing the law. The belief was that by carrying out the punishment together, the community would rid itself of evil and maintain moral order. The process of stoning was simple, but cruel. The condemned person would be brought to a public place, often a town square or other prominent location where the people would gather. They would be stripped of their clothes and sometimes tied to a post or left standing in the open. The crowd would then begin throwing stones at the person, often starting with the elders or those seen as most responsible for the moral order of the community. The stones would vary in size, but they were usually large enough to cause injury. The condemned person would be struck repeatedly, leading to severe injuries, including broken bones, internal bleeding, and sometimes death by blunt force trauma. The idea behind stoning was that it was a way of using the power of the community to execute justice. In societies where the law was closely tied to religious belief, the act of stoning was seen as a way for the people to participate in carrying out God's will. It was a form of collective punishment where the entire community took responsibility for maintaining order and enforcing moral law. Take, for example, a person who was accused of adultery in ancient Israel. According to the law at the time, adultery was a serious crime, and the punishment for it was death by stoning. The accused person would be taken to the public square, where the crowd would gather. The stones would begin to fly, first from the witnesses and then from others in the crowd. The person would likely be hit multiple times, suffering from both physical pain and the humiliation of being condemned by their own community. This form of execution was meant to be public and widely known, serving as a warning to others. The idea was that if people saw someone being punished in this way, it would deter them from committing similar offenses. Stoning was a form of justice that left a lasting impression on the community, making the punishment as much about the spectacle and the lesson as it was about the person's crime. It was a way of reinforcing the community's values and ensuring that everyone understood the consequences of breaking the rules. In some cases, the execution would be carried out by a smaller group of people, but the underlying principle remained the same. The community was involved in the act of punishing the accused. This involvement in the punishment was seen as a way of purging the community of sin or evil. The condemned person was seen as a threat to the moral fabric of society, and by killing them, the community could restore order and righteousness. While stoning was often prescribed in religious contexts, it was also a method used in other societies. In ancient Greece and Rome, stoning was sometimes used as a form of execution, though it was less common than other methods like crucifixion or beheading. The practice of stoning in these societies was not always as tied to religious law, but it still carried with it the idea of communal involvement in punishment. In the Middle Ages, stoning was used less frequently, but it still appeared in certain regions, especially in parts of the Islamic world. In these areas, the practice was often tied to religious laws, and stoning was used as a punishment for crimes like adultery, apostasy, or blasphemy. The community was expected to carry out the punishment, and it was often done in a public space to ensure that the punishment served as both a lesson and a deterrent. Stoning was a highly publicized event, which is part of what made it so terrifying. The condemned person would often be publicly humiliated before the stoning began. They might be stripped of their clothing or forced to stand in front of a crowd of people who would shout insults or jeers. This added an element of social punishment to the already brutal execution. The community was not only taking part in the act of killing the person, but also reinforcing the idea that their crime was not just an offense against the law, but an affront to the community's values and beliefs. The physical process of stoning could last for some time, depending on the size of the crowd and the intensity of the assault. While the initial impact of the stones could cause significant injury, it often took many blows before the person died. The wounds inflicted by the stones could break bones, cause internal bleeding, and leave the victim in excruciating pain before death finally came. For the condemned person, there was little chance of survival. The act of stoning was also meant to emphasize the finality of the punishment. Once the community had gathered and the stones had begun to fly, there was little room for mercy or reprieve. This was not a punishment where the condemned could plead for their life or offer a defense. It was swift, brutal, and often unforgiving. The fact that the community itself participated in the execution made it a harsh reminder of the collective responsibility to uphold the law and moral order. While stoning may seem like an extreme and outdated form of execution, it served an important role in the societies where it was used. It was not just about the physical death of the accused, but also about making a public statement about the values and beliefs of the community. The spectacle of stoning was meant to reinforce the idea that the community would not tolerate violations of its moral code. The role of stoning in these societies was as much about maintaining order as it was about punishing the individual. In a way, it was an act of communal justice, where everyone shared in the responsibility for enforcing the law. The punishment was not just for the person who had committed the crime, but for the community as a whole, as it was a reminder of the consequences of deviating from the moral or legal path. The use of stoning as a form of execution eventually faded in most parts of the world, replaced by other forms of punishment that were less brutal and more focused on legal procedures. However, in some countries, the practice continued well into the modern era, particularly in areas where religious law held significant influence. Even in these places, stoning became increasingly controversial as modern ideas of justice and human rights took hold. Execution for sodomy or unnatural acts was a severe punishment meted out in various societies throughout history. The term unnatural acts often referred to sexual acts that deviated from what was considered the norm, particularly those between people of the same sex. In many cultures, such acts were viewed not only as immoral, but also as a threat to the social order and the religious or moral foundations of the community. The punishment for such acts was harsh and brutal, often involving fire or mutilation. In societies where the law and religion were closely intertwined, sodomy was considered a grave offense. Religious texts such as the Bible and the Quran condemned acts of homosexuality, and many believed that such acts brought divine wrath upon individuals and their communities. As a result, the punishment for sodomy was severe, and it was often seen as necessary to maintain the moral integrity of society. The punishment could vary depending on the region and the time period, but in many cases it involved extreme measures. In medieval and early modern Europe, for example, people found guilty of sodomy were often burned at the stake. This method of execution was intended to be both a painful and humiliating death. The fire would consume the body, and the condemned person would suffer both from the intense heat and the public spectacle of the execution. The idea behind burning was that it was not only a way to rid the world of the sin of sodomy, but also a way to purify the person's soul by offering them a death that was seen as cleansing. For those accused of engaging in unnatural acts, the trial and execution were often public events. The accused would be paraded through the streets, often in a state of humiliation, before being led to the place of execution. In some cases, the condemned person might be tied to a stake or pole, surrounded by a crowd that had gathered to witness the punishment. The fire would then be set, and the execution would be carried out. The idea was not only to punish the individual, but also to send a message to the community about the consequences of defying social norms and religious teachings. The use of fire as a method of execution was particularly symbolic. It was believed that fire had a purifying quality, and by burning the body of the condemned, society was cleansing itself of the sin. In many cases, the execution was not just about the physical act of killing the person. It was about the ritual of purging the community of perceived moral corruption. The fire itself became a symbol of divine justice, and the intensity of the flames was thought to reflect the severity of the offense. Mutilation was another form of punishment used for those convicted of sodomy or unnatural acts. In some societies, those accused of such crimes were subjected to physical mutilation before or after their execution. This could involve the cutting off of body parts, such as the genitals, hands, or ears, to mark the crime. Mutilation was intended to both punish and humiliate the individual. The act of cutting off body parts was not just about causing physical pain, but also about branding the person as someone who had violated the moral or religious order. In some cases, people who were convicted of sodomy might have been castrated or subjected to other forms of mutilation, which would leave them permanently marked and unable to engage in the same acts again. In some cultures, sodomy was not only punished with death, but also with exile or imprisonment. In these cases, the punishment might be less immediate, but still severe. The accused person could be banished from their home, forced to live in isolation, or imprisoned for the rest of their life. In societies where being part of the community was central to one's identity, exile was considered a particularly harsh punishment. It was not just about removing the person from society physically, but about stripping them of their social identity. Being sent into exile could mean being cut off from family, friends, and the support systems that helped an individual survive. These punishments for sodomy were rooted in the belief that such acts violated both natural law and religious doctrine. The idea of natural law referred to a moral order that was believed to exist in the world, one that could be understood through reason and observation. Sodomy was seen as a violation of this natural order because it involved same-sex acts that were considered unnatural. In many cultures, the belief in this natural order was tied to religious teachings, which condemned homosexuality as a sin. The severity of the punishment reflected the belief that such sins were not only morally wrong, but also posed a threat to the well-being of society as a whole. One of the most notorious cases of execution for sodomy took place during the Middle Ages, particularly in Europe. In places like France, Spain, and England, people accused of sodomy were often burned at the stake in public. These executions were seen as both a necessary punishment and a public spectacle. The crowd would gather to watch the condemned person die, and the event would be a reminder of the power of the church and the state in enforcing moral law. In some cases, the execution was accompanied by other forms of humiliation, such as public whipping or branding, which further degraded the person and reinforced their status as an outcast. Another example of brutal punishment for sodomy occurred during the early modern period, when some European states implemented laws that specifically targeted homosexual behavior. These laws were enforced with the belief that homosexuality was a crime against both God and nature. People found guilty of sodomy could face execution by burning, hanging, or even drowning. In some instances, the accused were also subjected to physical torture or mutilation before they were killed, ensuring that their punishment was as painful and humiliating as possible. In addition to the physical punishment, the stigma surrounding sodomy was often deeply damaging to the person's reputation. Even if the accused did not face execution, being accused of sodomy could result in severe social consequences. People who were labeled as sodomites or accused of engaging in unnatural acts were often ostracized, losing their jobs, their social status, and their ability to live a normal life. In some cases, entire communities would turn against individuals suspected of engaging in such acts, leading to a life of isolation and shame. These executions for sodomy were not isolated events, but part of a larger system of moral policing that sought to control sexual behavior. In societies where religious law held significant power, sexual acts were heavily regulated, and anything outside of heterosexual marriage was seen as sinful and dangerous. The punishment for sodomy was just one way in which the authorities attempted to enforce these laws and maintain control over people's private lives. While execution for sodomy has largely disappeared in most parts of the world, it remains a powerful reminder of the extreme measures some societies took to enforce moral and religious codes. The use of fire, mutilation, and death as punishment for sodomy shows the brutal lengths to which authorities were willing to go to eliminate what they saw as a threat to social and religious order. These punishments were not just about the act itself, but about asserting the power of the law and punishing anyone who defied it. Execution by crushing in a coffin was a gruesome method used in certain societies to carry out capital punishment. It involved placing the condemned person inside a small, tight box, often made of wood, and then filling the box with heavy stones. The purpose was not only to suffocate the person, but to crush them under the weight of the stones. It was a slow, agonizing way to die, combining both the physical effects of being compressed and the lack of air. This form of execution was particularly cruel because it was designed to be both a suffocation and a crushing. The box was small, leaving little room for the person inside to move or escape. The stones, often large and heavy, were packed tightly into the box, leaving no space between them. As the weight of the stones pressed down on the body, the person would slowly be crushed under the pressure. At the same time, the tight confinement of the box would make it difficult to breathe, leading to suffocation. The process of execution by crushing was not quick. Unlike beheading or hanging, which could cause death relatively quickly, this method took time. The person inside the coffin would slowly suffocate while the crushing weight of the stones continued to press down. The lack of space meant that the person had no way to shift their position, making the experience all the more painful. It was a death that could take several minutes or even longer, with the person's body being slowly crushed and deprived of oxygen. In some cases, the execution could be made even more brutal. Once the coffin was filled with stones, the person inside would be left in the tight box to die. The process was often carried out in public, meant to serve as both a punishment and a deterrent to others. The authorities believed that by showing the public how cruelly someone could die for their crimes, others would be less likely to break the law. The method of execution was particularly effective for people who had committed serious crimes, especially those viewed as heinous or unforgivable. For example, thieves, traitors, or murderers could find themselves sentenced to this agonizing form of death. The idea behind this punishment was that it was not only a form of retribution, but also a way to demonstrate the consequences of crime in the most severe way possible. A typical scenario would involve a person being condemned to death for a major crime, such as theft, treason, or murder. The individual would be taken to the place of execution, where a small wooden box or coffin had been prepared. Once inside, the box would be tightly sealed, leaving only the condemned person and the heavy weight of the stones. The executioners would then begin filling the coffin with large, heavy rocks, ensuring that the stones were packed tightly together. As the weight of the stones increased, the person inside would feel the pressure building on their chest, their breath growing more difficult to take in. The crushing pressure on their body, combined with the suffocation, would eventually lead to death. The experience of being crushed in a coffin was one of extreme discomfort. As the stones pressed against the body, bones could be broken and internal organs could be damaged. The person's chest would constrict with each breath, making it harder and harder to get air. Eventually, the crushing weight would overwhelm the person's ability to breathe, leading to suffocation. The combination of physical pain and the slow, agonizing process of suffocation made this method of execution particularly feared. The crushing of the body under the weight of the stones was also a form of humiliation. Unlike other forms of execution, such as hanging or beheading, which were often done in a more dignified manner, execution by crushing was done in a way that rendered the person helpless. The tight confinement of the coffin, the inability to move or escape, and the slow nature of the death made it a punishment that stripped the person of any chance of dignity. It was designed to break both the body and the spirit, ensuring that the individual would suffer both physically and emotionally before their death. One of the reasons this form of execution was used was because of its symbolic nature. The act of crushing a person under the weight of stones was seen as a way to symbolically crush the crime they had committed. It was believed that by physically breaking the body, the authorities were also breaking the hold of sin or evil that the person was believed to represent. The process was not just about killing the person. It was about sending a message to the community that certain crimes would not be tolerated and that the consequences would be severe. While execution by crushing was a particularly harsh form of punishment, it was not used universally. It was more common in certain regions and time periods where executions were designed to be public spectacles. In some cultures, the severity of the crime dictated the form of execution, and crushing was reserved for the most serious offenses. This could include crimes such as high treason, betrayal of the state, or violent murder. The authorities believed that by carrying out the execution in such a brutal way, they would serve as an example to others, showing the price of breaking the law. The tightness of the coffin added to the brutality of the execution. The person inside had no way of escaping the pressure of the stones, and the small, confined space made it impossible for them to even attempt to shift their position. This lack of movement meant that there was no relief from the crushing weight. In many cases, the individual would feel the pressure building on their body, unable to move or escape, until they were crushed under the weight of the stones. While the execution was meant to be a deterrent, it also had a psychological effect on the community. The public nature of the punishment, combined with the slow and painful nature of the death, made it a particularly powerful symbol of the power of the state and the consequences of breaking the law. Those who witnessed the execution were often left with a lasting impression of the brutality of the punishment. It was meant to be a spectacle that both punished the individual and reminded the community of the importance of obedience to the law. The method of execution by crushing in a coffin eventually fell out of use as legal systems became more formalized and less focused on public spectacles of punishment. However, the brutality of the method still remains a striking example of the lengths to which societies once went to enforce laws and maintain order. The practice was a reminder of how the physical act of execution could be both painful and symbolic, intended to crush the body while sending a message to the wider community about the consequences of crime. In certain times and places, animals were subjected to execution for what were considered moral crimes. These crimes, which might seem absurd to us today, were often linked to the idea that animals could act with moral responsibility, much like humans. The belief was that animals, like pigs, roosters, or cows, could commit acts that defied social order or moral codes, and if they did, they too could face the consequences. Executing animals for such crimes was not just about punishment, it was a public spectacle, meant to show that no one, not even an animal, was above the law. One of the most bizarre examples of this kind of punishment occurred in the 16th century when a pig was executed in France for killing a child. The event took place in a small village, and it is said that the pig had wandered into a garden and killed a young boy. While today we might consider this a tragic accident, back then the community saw the pig's actions as a grave crime, one that warranted legal consequences. The pig was captured, put on trial, and convicted for the crime. The punishment for this murder was execution. The method of execution was typically hanging or burning, and the pig was treated as if it were a human criminal. This trial and execution were carried out with great seriousness. The people of the town gathered to watch the proceedings, and the execution was seen as a necessary measure to restore moral order. The idea was that if an animal could commit a crime as serious as killing a child, then it needed to be punished just as any human would be. The execution served as a public reminder of the consequences of moral transgressions, and it reinforced the belief that even animals could be held accountable for their actions. Another famous case involved a rooster that was burned alive in France for the crime of laying an egg. The belief behind this punishment was tied to the idea that the rooster, by laying an egg, was defying nature and violating divine order. In medieval Europe, many people believed that only hens could lay eggs, and any animal acting outside these expected behaviors was seen as committing a moral offense. In this case, the rooster was sentenced to death by fire, a method commonly used for executing those who had committed serious moral crimes. The burning of the rooster was a public spectacle. The townspeople watched as the animal was condemned and then executed. The crowd gathered around, and the event was often seen as both a form of punishment and entertainment. To many, it was a way to demonstrate that the laws of nature and God had to be respected, even by animals. The rooster's defiance of the natural order by laying an egg was not only seen as a moral violation, but also as an act of blasphemy, as if the animal were trying to challenge the divine rules of creation. These examples are not isolated cases. Throughout history, there have been numerous instances of animals being put on trial and executed for what were considered crimes. In some regions, particularly in medieval and early modern Europe, animals were often put on trial for things like killing a human, damaging property, or even spreading disease. In these cases, the animal was treated as a criminal, and it was often given a trial by the local courts. The animal could have defenders or witnesses, and the trial would proceed much like a human trial. If the animal was found guilty, it would face the same punishment a human would receive: execution. The executions were sometimes carried out with great care, as if the animals were human criminals. They were often given the same legal protections that a person would receive, such as being allowed to have an advocate or lawyer. In some cases, animals were even given the chance to confess to their crimes, with the belief that by doing so, they could be absolved of the offense. The trial was a way to establish that animals, like humans, could be held responsible for their actions. In some places, these trials were seen as an important part of the justice system. The idea was that by putting animals on trial, the community was reinforcing the idea that all creatures, no matter their species, had to adhere to moral and legal codes. These public executions were not only about punishing the animals, but also about sending a message to the rest of the community. The message was clear: moral transgressions, whether committed by humans or animals, would be dealt with swiftly and harshly. While today these trials and executions may seem ridiculous, they reflect a time when belief systems were heavily influenced by religious doctrine and the belief in supernatural forces. Many people in medieval Europe and the surrounding regions believed that animals could act with moral agency, just like humans. They thought that animals, particularly those that acted in ways that were considered unnatural or harmful, needed to be punished to restore order to the world. Take another example of an animal trial in medieval France, where a group of mice were put on trial for the crime of eating crops and destroying food supplies. The townspeople saw these rodents as a threat to their livelihood, and they held a trial to determine the punishment. The mice were found guilty of theft and destruction of property, and the punishment was death, often by burning or drowning. These cases, though they may seem absurd today, were common during times when the lines between the natural world and human society were not as clearly defined as they are now. The execution of animals was not limited to just rural or isolated communities. In fact, some of the most famous trials took place in cities that had strong religious or legal frameworks. In these areas, animals were sometimes put on trial for defying what were considered moral or natural laws. The executions were carried out as a form of public spectacle, often in the town square, where the punishment could be witnessed by a large crowd. This not only served to punish the animal, but also to reinforce the authority of the law and the church. The trials of animals were a way for communities to demonstrate their adherence to moral codes and to show that no one, not even an animal, could escape the law. Even today, remnants of this belief in animal moral agency can still be seen in some parts of the world. While animals are no longer put on trial or executed for moral crimes, the way some cultures treat animals shows that they still place a certain amount of moral responsibility on them. For example, in some societies, animals that cause harm to humans may be euthanized or removed from the community. However, this is usually done for the protection of the people, not as a form of moral judgment. The execution of animals for moral crimes represents a time when societies held beliefs about animals that seem alien to us today. The trials and executions served both as punishments for the animals and as a way to reinforce the moral order of the community. The idea that animals could commit crimes that threatened the moral fabric of society was rooted in a worldview that saw everything, from the human to the animal, as interconnected in a divine or natural order. While these events may seem strange now, they were part of a broader effort to maintain control over behavior and preserve societal norms, even in the animal kingdom.